Check, check, check. Okay, audio looks better now. Who do we have in chat? Nvixity, welcome to the stream. Itai Ben Sion. Oh, it's late in Israel. Oh my man, you're in the Holy Land. That's great. Gio, welcome to the stream. Nice streams. Like I think the last one you did was with the 737, but have been busy recently because school's starting and all. But this might be the final stream in a while since we're flying the A350-1000 today. Uh, it's pretty much like the 900, but it's extended. It's got one extra line of wheels, and yeah, and I think the performance is also simulated here. I am not too certain about that, but let's actually go ahead and start up the aircraft. We'll go over to options, ground services, doors and hatches. We'll go over to ground services 1 and 2. Connect that. Unfortunately, we do not have a what's it called? What is it called? Ground handling set. Normally I would use it, but we do not have those comforts here. We're gonna go and set this automatic engine bleed. This one can come over to manual at the moment. We'll turn these on and let's set this to 15. And yeah, Geo and Vixity, Ty, welcome to the stream. I know yeah, I had an audio issue earlier today, but that should be fixed now. Okay, so we'll turn these on. IRS coming over to navigation, setting these two on. This one can come over to that. The Airbus, it's relatively simple plane if I have to be honest. We'll test this. That looks good. Arm signs, we'll set that to bright. Standby compass coming on. We will go down here and we'll actually go over to the surveillance page, go over to DIS controls, default settings. That's what I normally use. If you really want to get to the nits and grits here, like, you want to only enable TCAS to be TA only and not TARA, you can pretty much do it here. Unusual Elijah, welcome to the stream. Hope all is well. First time seeing around. We're flying the A350-1000 to the Maldives today. But yeah, welcome. We're thank you. Thank you. That really is really reassuring because I'm always trying to make my audio better than it always is. So it is going to go over to ARC. Let's actually go and set this anti-skid. Everything looks good. Cockpit door is unlocked. That's great. If I try to turn it on, it's going to be yelling at me. So at the moment, we're just going to go and turn that to off, and we're actually going to focus on the FMS and everything in just a second. As far as I am aware of, I think we do not have anyone. Like, I'm on VATSIM, so if you guys want to join, you're more than welcome to. But at the moment, it appears that we're the only ones here at Doha. I heard that there is some person that is going to be joining us, but we'll see how that goes. So we'll go over to active init, route select. We will go over to OTHHVRM. There we go. Flight number is Qatari 1475. Alternate. Let's actually go and take a look at our flight plan. I think, because like what I normally do is that I click on route select. Do you think the flight factor Airbus A350 is worth it? It is missing features. No brake to vacate, no cameras, no ACARS, no CDPLC. The SATCOM, it's not working. It's not there. They're definitely going to possibly get that implemented on a version 2. No idea when that will come out, but for now, I would consider it really worth it. Like, it looks good. It flies good. There's a bug there, which is called the flare bug, which the aircraft starts pitching up and down when the flare mode is activated in the fly-by-wire. It's rather rare for me. Like, I've never had it happen to me that many times, but, that's something that you do have to keep in mind when you are purchasing the aircraft. So what do you have? Step climbs, OTHH 370. Okay, so our Golem will step climb to... So our initial altitude is flight level 370, so set that to 390. We're actually climbing up to 370 initially, and then we're stepping up to flight level 390. Cost index is 200 for fuel efficiency, but I guess that's how they're doing it. Departure for today will be the Bundu 1 Echo departure. I think we're taking 34 right as expected. Bundu 1 Echo, no transition, that's great. BRM, and I think we're taking ILS runway 36. But yeah, I would definitely recommend it. Flown it a lot, so take the ILS Zulu, that's great, and looks good. I don't think we have any stars as far as I'm aware of. Oh, we do. We'll go over to 3 Alpha, that looks good. We'll go over to flight plan and everything, and it wants a step climbing up to... what's the step climb looking like? Golem. I would have school tomorrow. I love the A350. Me too, man. And I think the audio's offline, so you can't hear the Mango Studios. I think you should be able to hear that now. I'm not too sure. I think that's better now. But yeah, school. That's partly one of the reasons why I am not going to be streaming that often. school starting up, especially for me, I'm starting high school, which is, supposed to be rather difficult. So, I'm gonna be giving it all, as you should, of course, since high school is a relatively okay. Step out. There you go. Step altitude to flight level 3. Yeah, high school is a it's supposed to be like a really hard time of your life because if you don't do well in high school, you're not gonna be able to go to a good university, and if you don't go, it's like a domino effect. You don't do good in high school, and then you won't be able to get into a good university, and that's the way it is. Do you like the A350 or the 787 more? Um, the A350, like the 787, is really nice, but unfortunately we do not have a we have the Magnite, but the Magnite sometimes is a little bit odd, but not just that. So we've got Golem, we've got that. It's telling me ignored. I don't know. I'm just plugging that in. Of course, the aircraft will possibly have the power to pretty much climb up instead of doing a step climb, but we're gonna do that for realism's sake. Um, Passengers will actually input our fuel. Let's actually go over to ground services, plane at gate, luggage order, fuel truck, and everything. We'll turn that on. All doors and hatches coming online. Yeah, the A350 is really an interesting aircraft, and as a matter of fact, we're flying Qatar. I think the aircraft that we're flying at the moment, it does not have any issues because I know Qatar has been having issues with the aircraft, especially the A350 since it has been having issues because the paint job, it does kind of make it harder to find cracks in the fuselage. If there are cracks in the fuselage, wear and tear can build up, and you can have a RAP ROD, rapid unscheduled SD assembly. So we'll set that to 15. Take off remain. Time to do some good old math. Calculator. We'll go over to that. Where's it at? We'll go over to that. What do we have? So block fuel is 38101. So we'll take 38101 minus 35775, and that is going to give us 2326. Great. Implement fuel is loaded passengers. Let's actually go and take a look at that now, but there's going to be a new 787 new. Yes, I know the flight factor is in the works. They announced version 2. Hopefully we can get our hands on that, and we can fly that hopefully in the future, but so far I'm going to be sticking with my A350. I like this A350, really do. So let's actually set this to 105. We'll set that to 150. I'll set this to 25, and we'll set this to 15. Yeah, 15 works. We're going to pretend that COVID-19 does not exist here, since, we are going to try to get a lot of passengers on board. 39, we'll set this at 26. 39.5, we'll set 27, 28, and implement. CG is in range, so that's absolutely great. We'll go over to this, trim out the aircraft to what the aircraft is telling us. CG to 26%, so that's good. We'll go over to active flight plan, we'll go over to fuel load. Zero fuel weight at the moment is 179.6, 179.6. Zero fuel weight is 23. Yeah, this is pretty much boring. Like, you just enter stuff and the aircraft follows it. I love the new update. On the flight factor, oh no, the Magnite. Yeah, the Magnite has a new update. We'll probably be flying that soon, trademark, but I don't really have a route. We could probably fly from Miami to like Mexico City, but I don't have a good tuning for that. So we'll see, because like they got an Avi tab, and the Avi tab is great. You can have your charts on that. But yeah, where are we at? Route reserve, taxi. We'll set that to that. Block fuel is 38. 38.1. Great. Calculations are being put in place. Alternate is 7.3 tons. Final res is 2.6. Route reserve. So let me actually get the calculator out here. I normally do not do this. I don't know how I do it. I'll just set it to for you should G. I don't know what the G means, but yeah, what I normally do here is that I pretty much calculate it, but for time purposes, we're just gonna enter 25. We should be able to make it. It just tells FMS, how much fuel it can afford. We should fly to Tel Aviv. Yes, we can probably take the Dreamliner from... What's a route we can do? We can fly Lufthansa. I did want to do a flight with Lufthansa all the way to Lebanon. But the thing is that, Lebanon exists, but it is it's been having issues recently as far as I am aware of. But yeah, we can definitely take the Lufthansa A350 out of Frankfurt, I think, and we'll fly it out. Maybe that would work. But for now, I do not have any streams planned. I'm really, really sorry about that. But school's starting up, and yeah, just that. So pretty much everything looks set already. Iris should be ready to go. It's 1 minute until that aligns. It's actually going to get our QNH set. QNH is, where is QNH at? OTHH, great. I flew duelist to Tel Aviv in the Flight Factor 767. That's cool. Yeah, the Flight Factor 767. As a matter of fact, there is a competition going in the Flight Factor server, which is pretty much a livery making competition. So no, if I do somehow manage to win it, like the odds are slim because you have people like J Aviation, which is like a livery god. We'll be in. I think the plan is an A320, and we could possibly do some more routes in an Airbus A320, not a Maxwell Flight Simulator 2020. I don't really like Maxwell Flight Simulator 2020. I prefer XPLANE. But you never know in the future. You never know. So set that to flight level 390. That is currently the plan. What do we have left? So speed and everything, it is not set because we do not have the iris line. Let's go over to this. Set our communications up. VHF1, set that to on, set that to 122. Okay, it's already on 122. That's late. Okay, no need for that then. So we'll go over to that. We'll set the PA to this, and this. Navigation menu squawk code. We're gonna set it to 2200. The odds of ATC coming online are rather slim, but there is a chance that they come online, and we're just gonna squawk that generic squawk code for now. I got the A320, it's not worth getting like 2020 FPS. Oh, yeah, air performance is absolutely terrible on that aircraft, but it's a level D simulator in XPLANE-11, and I will see, because like the 757 series 767 is there, but I'm not really a fan of the 757 nor of the 767. I've got him pinged 2 times. Turn up your mic, I can barely hear you. Do you guys hear me fine? Because some person just pinged me in my Discord. Regarding... Ooh, this guy's a DGI. Damn. Wait, are you joining? Send free Doha. I'm not sending anything at the moment. I'm just focusing on getting the iris aligned, but the 757, 767 is amazing. The 757, yes, the 767 as well, but I really haven't had an interest. It's the same reason why I haven't been flying any INI built aircraft. But at the moment I probably have to wait. There is no ATC. This guy called Matt726 wants to fly long, and it's quote unquote a group flight, so we will see how it goes. I've got him pinged. What is this? Announcements. Alright, whatever. Yeah, how's audio? Okay, my mic's fine. Yeah, cause like a person pinged me in my Discord server, which I highly recommend you join. Regarding regarding audio, but that is pretty much just that. But yeah, everything looks good. We could start the APU up, align IRS, it looks good. What do we have? Status page. Let's go and take a look at the status page. Limitations, taxi and takeoff. Yeah, there's definitely a lot more there. We sure have grounder, but I haven't really started up the engines with external power and grounder, so we'll see. So pretty much everything looks good. We'll set our final cruising altitude to flight level 370. It probably ignored it because it said that that's our final cruising altitude. So let me go over to, where is our waypoint once again? Step climb, so stop of climb. Don't you just hate it when there's so many damn waypoints here? So it is here. It's really right behind that. Hey, I think I fly this aircraft. Yep, I know you do. We're actually in the A350-1000. The 900 school and all, but it is definitely an interesting aircraft to fly. It's got more landing gear. Engine is it's the same, but it's like quote unquote overclocked. So it is really really an interesting aircraft. But James Bob, welcome to the stream. We're actually going to, yeah, I'm just looking at this because I set a step climb and it ignored it because I set the altitude to flight level 390, and it's an Airbus, so it knows that if the final cruising altitude is flight level 390, then why the hell is it going to step climb? So pretty much that's the stat. We have everything there. Our ETA as well. So it is. I'm assuming that's an hour, so pretty much in 2 hours and 37 minutes. I think the entire flight time is around. The A350 looks, in my opinion. Let's see. Well, the fuselage is like same. It's just extended. I think the wings are different. I am not too certain. Like I know the engines are definitely a lot more powerful because you have to pretty much lift uh, the more capacity that this aircraft can carry. But yeah, let's actually go over to that because like this guy told me to wait for him, but he's taking his time because what happened was that there really wasn't any good Qatar livery for the Flight Factor 777, which is the one that he is flying. So I'm just waiting for him at the moment. I don't know how long I can wait because we have to get this bird up in the sky. Let us see. Uh, oh, and Vixie. Okay, I can't speak. But yeah, those that just joined the Discord and the stream, welcome, welcome, welcome. Uh, Yeah, I don't think Matt's joining because he's in a A3 in a 777. So the odds of him pretty much getting there in time are rather low, but I'm gonna be yelled at him if I do. So I'm gonna start the APU for now. Set this to auto, strobe lights, auto, beacon lights, navigation. Why not? Seatbelt signs 1 and 2. APU is okay. We'll click off from the status page. It is flap open. That's great. We'll go over to cabin announcements, go over to welcome on board, and we're going to be pretty much ready to go already. APU is coming online. I do have the Mango Studio sound pack, which absolutely sounds amazing. We'll do this view. Holy, does that sound good. So I'm going to go back into flight deck. I think it's available. You can tell by the sounds. I've flown this aircraft so many damn times that, I can tell when the APU sounds a little bit different. The APU is available, so disconnect the ground power. Doors automatic. I think all doors and hatches are closed. We'll set this to automatic. Set the cabin lighting up a little bit. Internal cabin pressure is okay. What's it at? Let's actually set this to okay. It's already set to automatic, so that's great. Where is it at? Conditioning. Let's go and take a look at that. 18. That's a little bit cold in my opinion. So we'll go over to cruise page. It's 18. Okay, that's in my opinion rather cold. Oh, no wonder because I forgot to set the switch. So let's actually go over to cockpit. Set that to something along the lines around there. I'll go to cruise. We'll go over to automatic. Doors are set to automatic. Ground services and everything looks good. Disconnect this and we're pretty much ready to go. APU's ready. I'm 100% sure that I'm gonna get yelled at by Matt because I decided to push, but yeah, it is what it is. I'll probably catch his landing if he does get there in time. I'll probably slow down. I'll see how it goes. But APU is ready. APU generator is online. Everything looks good. There is a checklist there. Um, but really, I really don't like it. Like, checklist is there, but my standard procedure of doing things, and the checklist does cover that, but the order is rather odd in my opinion. What do we have? So I just realized that we do in fact have a problem here. We'll go over to third. We'll set this to brakes. Okay, there we go. That's set. And pushback is going to be coming up. Brakes coming off. Straight and pretty much ready to go on the speed brakes. We'll arm that for now. I'll set this to end ignition start. And why are reversers in progress? That is not part of the engine start procedure. That is an anomaly in the engine start procedure. So set this back to idle. We should be pretty much ready to go. You can see how we have air pack failures and stuff. That's, as far as I'm aware of, normal. So yeah, just that. So everything looks good. Ground hydraulics, it's there. It's set to automatic, so it really isn't that big of an issue. I'll turn it off when it doesn't have any ground hydraulics, as far as I'm aware of. Everything looks good. I think the tug should drive up any second now. We'll monitor hydraulic pressure, because why not? Okay, this is definitely a lot different. Yeah, it looks stable. Yeah, it looks stable. What else do we have? So over to engine. We'll start up engine number 2. The tug is not driving up. Where is the tug at? There he is. Alright, we're pretty much ready to go. We'll start up the engines when the guy is ready to go. As a matter of fact, let me set this back to normal. All of the failures should go away, so that's great. What else do we have? So, I should probably do a takeoff, but in the first officer side, I have yet to do that. I have yet to really do that because I'm always on the captain side, then that's great and all. But Jake Lewis, welcome to the stream. But as I was saying, yeah, I'm always on the captain side. It's great. You have the authority of like the entire aircraft, and you don't have to deal with any first officers trying to take your job because you're already a captain. But tug is driving up. Set this ignition. That's great. What else do we have? Engine is starting up. We'll do this for you so you can hear the beautiful, beautiful startup engine. So yeah, hear this out.
Okay, I'm clearing now.
So as you were saying, Jake Lewis, yeah, welcome. Nobody's trying to take my job. Nobody wants to take anybody's. Yeah, you're always trying to move up the ranks. Like, you're in the jump seat learning, but wouldn't you want to be commanding the entire aircraft? That's just my point of view. But, it's just that, first officer's there, but we're captain. So, look at me. I am the captain of this ship. If you get the reference, you get it. What else do we have? Yeah, just starting up. Everything looks good. It's already on idle. I'm definitely getting yelled at by the people in my Discord server. So yeah, that's great. As a matter of fact, I forgot to advise that we're pushing, but at the moment there really isn't anybody here at Doha. So it is what it is. So far, engine is starting up. We'll wait for that to stabilize, and we'll pretty much at the parking brake. I forgot to set that. We'll set that to arm. Engine should come available any second now, and we'll wait for that. Nobody wants to take anybody's job. Yep. Alright, engine is available. Set this back to normal. Okay, I set it to crank. I do not want to know what that did, but we'll see. Set this to taxi. Looks good. We'll go over to APU fault and everything looks good. We'll go over to cabin. We will go over to... there it is. Safety demonstration. See, the downsides of not having a good, better pushing back system is, you can't push back as sophisticatedly as you would want to, but it is what it is. We'll pretty much go through everything, give it some power, start turning to the left. As a matter of fact, charts exist, but we're not following them, mostly because I couldn't bother paying for Navigraph. Like, there's always, like, charts are really a Google search away, and you don't have to worry about Navigraph if you're a real world pilot. As a matter of fact, I think we might actually crash into this pole. Okay, let's see. Let me not crash into this pole, but yeah, this is pretty much my way of doing this. I'm definitely getting pinged. What call sign? Qatar. Yes, Qatar. Damn it. Alright, pretty much everything looks good. I will do a quick, not flight control test yet. Flight 370, the takeoff config test. Config looks great. We do not have that error here. QNH is set to QNH 09er, so that's great. Do you have the taxi to get Doha? No, I am on XPLANE-11. I did message Just Asia regarding their Doha senior for XPLANE-11, but no response yet. Hopefully next stream we will be the next time we fly around Doha, which I have zero clue when that will be. We'll hopefully have something better than what we have here. Like, the senior here, it's okay, but it's nothing like the real world. I've actually flown into Doha. Yeah, I've flown into there 2 times. One time with Qatar. Yeah, both times with Qatar. I have not flown with another airline into Qatar. So, you go to Qatar with Qatar. That's the way they do things. Just Asia, I saw a taxi to gate. It's Just Asia. Well, the guy's name is Axonos now, as far as I'm aware of, but I really don't know. Like, we really don't have anything for the X-Men community. Like, we had, but the guy took it down, so it's so flight control test, full left, full right, full forward, power set. Welcome to the stream. I heard you're hosting a Q&A with Blue Games and XP72 later. I'll be definitely tuning that out. Yeah, power set. Welcome to the stream. Hope all is well. Looks good. So we'll turn these on. We don't have anything to blind, so we'll just turn all of these so we won't have to worry about that. No slides. Everything does look good. Center line is a little bit off. See, this is what happens when you don't have a camera. If you have a camera, you can pretty much just look at it in the navigation display. Yeah, tomorrow at 8 p.m. Alright, great. But yeah, there really isn't any taxi camera. I'm sure you could possibly jerry-rig something, and I think the order is rather wrong. I've seen pictures of the A350, not pictures, videos of the cameras on the A350, and apparently shows up here on the ND, and you have the onboard onboard airport system navigations OANS. Yeah, onboard airport navigation system. Oh my god, I'm stumbling with my words like a really is interesting. But this wave, that looks like a wave. Oh no, it's a wall. Okay, that's great. But yeah, taxi camera is not online. I pretty much just have to go off at whatever I'm looking at right now. Let's actually try to do a better view. So let's do this view. That's gonna be your taxi camera for today, because why not? I think we're taxiing a bit too fast for my liking, but you know, it works. But yeah, we're pretty much ready to go. I'm definitely getting yelled at in the Discord server because I am about to depart. But yeah, that's just that. So pretty much we're gonna be taking the. Actually, we'll maximize the amount of runway that we can take off. So pretty much just continue going straight, take a left, and depart. It's really that simple. I'll be back. All right. See you, James. Alright, so we are pretty much about to depart. Let's go back into the flight deck. Pretty much everything looks good. The ground speed is a bit faster than I would like it to be, but as a matter of fact, let me go and make a call. Doha traffic, Qatar 1475 heavy, taking off runway 34 right. I forgot to do a flight control test on the rudder. We'll do that real quick any second now. So set seats for takeoff, play, check everything. Everything looks good. And we'll go through the callouts because I think Shaq got yelled at by James regarding the callouts on takeoff. I think I might do them incorrectly, but you know there was an attempt. But yeah, off we go. Runways in sight. Hold down the brakes. Rudder for left. Rudder for left. Rudder for right. Takeoff config is as required. APU is out. Flights are also as required. So pretty much we are about to go. So get your. I think we're doing manual throttle. So do man and NCP then. But we're on our way. So let's set this to around 40 to 50%. And here we go. Toga. Takeoff and inhibit. That's normal. Okay. I'm making the call outs yet. Any second now. Manual flags are doing man throttle. Alright, man throttle, SRS runway track is active, speed is positive, so that's great. Center line is okay, I wouldn't consider it the best, but you know, it is pretty much what it is. We'll try to maintain somewhat of a center line, 100 knots, that's great. 120 any second now. I think our V speeds were actually a bit higher, so we're departing around 149er as our V2. But yeah, V1, slowly, gently lift off the aircraft, and I think we might have a bug here. There was a bug prevalent in this mod, which was the... Okay, gears coming up. We'll set the autopilot immediately, so I can pretty much just go ahead and take advantage of the flybys. And we're out of here. As a matter of fact, let me go and set... Yeah, I gotta check everything here, because there's a lot of stuff that you have to do here. It's an Airbus, you know, it can land itself. I don't think we're doing oh, what's it called? Damn it, don't you just hate it when you try to talk, but it doesn't work out. Wait for that to go onto throttle level climb, and we'll set that to climb. And we'll actually make our call in just a second. Doha traffic, Qatar 1475 heavy, clear from runway 34 right, climbing via the Bundu 1 Echo departure. Oh, yeah, that's definitely Matt. That is definitely Matt. Well, the guy probably just loaded and he saw an A350 depart. So, you know, that's going to be interesting. So, you see the aircraft depart that you're going to support. Like, he probably saw us because he's supposed to be flying along, but, you know, we have a flight to do. We have restrictions here in place, you know, they exist. Mostly because Doha is a rather, I wouldn't say dense, it's a rather, not difficult. Yeah, what's the word? Busy airport. Yeah, busy airport. That is it. As a matter of fact, we're actually going to direct to a waypoint just to pretty much not have to go through everything that we're doing here. So we're direct to Bundu. So we'll go over to direct to go over to Bundu. So Bundu is... Where's Bundu at? Alright, direct to Bundu. Execute. Oh no, I'm stupid. I could... damn it. It would have been a lot... Well, this is a lot easier than actually manually editing the restrictions in the FMS, but you know, I already did it, made the call, but c'est la vie. Everything looks good. We'll go over to climbing everything, and we're pretty much on our way. Aircraft is climbing automatically. It's an Airbus. Sure, it's not like a Concorde. Definitely is. Interesting, but yeah, I feel bad for this guy because he pretty much just loaded. Let me check that it's him. It has to be him. So let me go to this, and I think you can look at, because like if he's a 777, then you'll be able to know uh, if he is the one. Yeah, that looks like a 777. Yeah, that's a 777. Well, that's disappointing, but we're climbing up to flight level 390. As a matter of fact, let's actually go over to 370 to follow the entire procedure. As filed, of course, we're doing a step climb actually before top of climb, which is rather odd. I would rather do a step climb mid-flight, but so it shall be. But we're out of here. Everything looks good. We have an oil rig down there. We have the city of Doha flying past. Well, it's not flying past. Pretty much zooming past. You can see a bunch of container ships. Downtown Doha. And this iconic, I think these are condos. Like every single video you see of an aircraft landing in Doha, you see these. So it's rather iconic. And I think they were planning on building a bridge connecting the airport to the main city. But and I think it was supposed to be for the 2022 Olympics, but as far as I'm aware of, that didn't go through. But yeah, to say, there are no mountains inside, no obstacles inside. We're gonna set the QNATs to standard, and we're pretty much out of here. Can I see the flight plan on the sim brief? Sure. Let me actually go over to this. So if you want, I'll send it over through DM. But let me go over to, where are you at? Yeah, I'll send it over through DM. I have a Discord server, but it's rather chaotic, so I really wouldn't recommend you joining that. But I wouldn't recommend you join that. James. Oh, there it is. I think the flight plan should be here. It's pretty much verified for the A350-1000. So pretty much the fuel, the passengers, and everything is set there. So I'll send it over in just a second. Do you want like the entire sim brief, or do you just want the PDF that sim brief gives out? But yeah, where's it at? So it's KJFK SDF. Where's it at? There it is. So pretty much, where's it at? Qatar flight. Don't worry yourself, Bob will be okay. Great. Yeah, pretty much everything. The aircraft is accelerating to 330 knots. It's of course slowing down its vertical speed since it's trying to gain some. Yeah, it's trying to gain some lateral speed. But yeah, that's definitely Matt down there. I'm a little bit disappointed because it was like a 5 minute wait, but it's only like a 5 minute delay, and I'm sure he'll definitely go Mach 2 in the A350 one. No, no, he's flying a 777. I think he's flying the 300 extended range, but I might be wrong on that. So yeah, I think I can look at the plane he's flying here. I don't think I can. Okay, what? Yeah, he's definitely flying a 777. He said that he was gonna fly a 777. That's Qatar 840. Yeah, that's definitely him. Yeah, that's great. So guy will probably just work out the aircraft, get everything loaded and everything. But yeah, it's pretty much just that. Everything does look great. Let's actually check the cabin pressure. It's already here. Auto cabin altitude. So the systems are in place. That's great. And yeah, 24 Celsius looks okay. It's definitely. I'm just trying to compare PF to sim brief. Looking at my generator flight plans. Alright, great, great. And yeah, that's Atari 480 down there. It's a bit unfortunate that yeah, we had to take off mostly because it would have been like a 30-minute delay, and there is no content in a 30-minute delay. We could have gone over the A3. Yeah, I'm on Vatem. Yeah, I'm on Vatem. Yeah, I'm on Vatem. Yeah, I know I'm on Vatem. I'm saying that I'm Vatem because this guy told me to go on Vatem, but I'm already on Vatem. But yeah, it's definitely him. Yeah, it's a bit disappointed. Like there really isn't any content in like 30 minutes. I could have gone under. I could have gone how well I know the systems on the A350, which I believe fairly well, but I might be wrong on that. I'm not an A350 pilot. Yeah, that's pretty much just that. There's no break to vacate, which is a bummer. But they will hopefully implement that on version 2, which is due to come out um, when they announce it. I think they announced it by Gear Preview, but they haven't shown as many previews as they have done with the A350. Oh no, the 777, because they did announce that it is a interesting aircraft, the A350. I think it's the A350. What's the aircraft? I'm confusing stuff. So it's a 777, not the A350. Yeah, they announced the A350. Said it again. The 777 V2, it's supposed to be comparable. It's more up to date. They're planning on CDPLC and stuff. It's great. There is no CDPLC in as far as I'm aware of. There is no CDPLC implemented in vanilla flight factor products yet. Like they're working on it for the A350 V2, 777 V2, the 757 and 767, and the 787, which is a product that they have announced before. Um, what's that aircraft called? The 777, no, the 787. The one that they did end up announcing, it is looking rather good. Uh, and as a matter of fact, I think already the textures look better than the Magna. The Magna's great, and it already has CDPLC, so and it's getting better and better. I think they're working on custom FMS. They added an AVI tab. Recently, if you wanted to, instead of having the pop-up tab, you could be realistic and have the tablet there. I don't think they're planning on adding any functionality like a custom EFB like the Cebu does, and I think this can be considered an EFB, but I think the proper name for this is the OIS. So, yeah, that's pretty much just that. Climbing 190,500, that's great. ETA until arrival is 0702 Zulu. It's telling me new crossing altitude flight level 390. I'm 100% sure it did not account for. What's this? So crossing. Dotting up. Why am I not surprised? Company flight plan report. Of course it is. Yeah, hopefully all of these dotting up pages do go away. Hopefully soon in the future. Mostly, oh, you've got fixes. Fixes are dotting up. That's terrible. It really is. But yeah, it's pretty much just that. Is there not a way, like you can look at winds and everything, but the way things work, you can't request it from the company. You pretty much have to manually input it for every single altitude and waypoint. Which I'm not gonna do that. Maybe an event if I had to hold, I might as well do that, but not today. But we're currently over the Gulf, the Persian Gulf. Honestly, looking great. I think Dubai. It's United. Oh no, we're actually flying over Abu Dhabi, so it's honestly great. I think you can actually look at it right around here. So you have OMDB in the upper left corner, and OMAA there, and you have Dubai Al Maktoum. Yeah, you have it there, so it's great. Um, yeah, it's really an interesting aircraft. So let me go. Yeah, you pretty much go over to winds. You go over to climb. Holy, what have I done? What has it done? Okay, plane, what are you doing? Uh, okay, that was flight director back on. What just happened? Okay, we'll get VNAV once again. I have zero clue what happened here. VNAV is okay. It's probably the weather updating, and it decided to bug out, or I accidentally touched my joystick, and the rest is history. But yeah, you can't do any company because you pretty much go over to this waypoint, and if you really wanted to, you go over to this, grab the iPad, the AVI tab actually. Let me go over to Alt D HR, and then you pretty much just input here. So, I'm 100% sure, it would be a lot more convenient if you could get the company to input that instead of having to do it manually. But yeah, it's just that. So we'll start with this waypoint just to pretty much test it out. So you can pretty much input everything here. So we'll start with 410, enter it to 058, 058 at 004. And it's not letting me add any other. Yeah, it's not letting me add any other. What's it called? Altitude. So what? It's great to know, and you can also input the climb wind from the flight plan. As far as I'm aware of, I didn't input it. That's just me being me. But it is what it is. Good flight plan. ETA is 07. Okay, camera's broken. So it's pretty much in around 4 hours actually. It's less than 4 hours. Touching down in the Maldives. That's gonna be an interesting approach, of course. We're gonna be flying over islands. It's pretty much just gonna be the Indian Ocean, and I think it's called the Arabian Sea, all the way through there. Which it is what it is. It's not like you don't have that many scenic landmarks like you do have the United Arab Emirates in the background, and then it's just ocean, and I think we're crossing Oman, and then from Oman it's just ocean. Like it's just pretty much how it feels flying to an island. There really isn't anything to do over there. Like there really isn't any landmarks, any interesting stuff there. It's just water. Water's interesting as well, but don't know. But yeah, I have to bring up the beer back because I have to have dinner. So let me actually bring up the beer right back. So let's go over to this. go over to that. What's a good time that we can set this to? We'll set this to 1900 Sulu, and that should do the trick. Yeah, I'll be right back in the amount of time shown up here. But yeah, I'm gonna have dinner. Be right back. And I am back. I think we're actually over. Yeah, we're over the UAE. That's great. We did in fact miss out the opportunity to take a look at the Yas Marina, but you know, it is what it is. We're gonna set this to off, go over to level off, and we're turning. Isn't that great? I decided to take off the seatbelt sign when we were turning. Um, don't you just hate it when the flight plan really has, when the dispatcher really has to be so odd here? I'm just gonna direct to Lac entered, and that should do the trick. I think turbulence is not that noticeable, but we click on level off, and we are on level off. Everything looks good. I think we're over Oman now because you know Dubai is, well, not Dubai. The UAE is a relatively small country compared to. I think it's actually smaller than Florida, believe it or not. But yeah, it appears to me that we're still in the UAE. I want to say Dubai, but Dubai is just province area. It's like they're like states, to be honest. Like you've got Dubai, there's 7 Emirates. Like the only ones I know is the Emirate of Dubai and the Emirate of oh, there's Sharjah, but you know, it's Sharjah. Yeah, pretty much everything looks good. We're actually about to cross the border into Oman. I think we already crossed that. I'm not too sure about that, but no, yeah, we're not clearing that yet. We're doing a step climb. Not yet. It should show up here. Hey Adam, how do you extend the A350-1000 with no instructions? Um, Join the Discord, and I'll send you a DM. I will send you a DM. That is pretty much just that, and it's a free remote. Well, you have to have the flight track to A350 first, of course, but you know it works. Definitely does work. Okay, it's rather chaotic behind the flight deck doors, so I might actually go away in just a second. But yeah, join Discord and I will more than gladly send it over. Okay, yeah, it's free if you already have the A350 by Flight Factor, but yeah, I don't know if you're any server, so I might as well just DM it to you. No, never mind. Okay, there you go. I got the link. I think you already joined. I think that's Captain Ontario. That's great. I'll go over to I'll be right back in just a second. The flight deck, the passengers are, you know, it's getting interesting. But yeah, I'll be right back in just a second. Yeah, I think the chaos is over. So what's going on in the flight deck door, behind the flight deck door, should be pretty much up and running. Everything does look good now. Cruising now. It's all ocean and land until we pretty much just like leave Oman, and then we go into the, pardon me, the Arabian Sea. Okay, don't know what's going on. But yeah, 370, we're maintaining this altitude. Speed is Mach 0.85. I do in fact want to reach there as soon as possible, mostly because, you know, it's a long haul and I don't want to be sitting in a chair the entire time, but yeah, just so we pretty much just directed to Laklu. I rather direct to Ketal, which will get us a smooth cruise out into yeah, I think we're only in the Arabian Sea. I don't think we're gonna enter the Indian Ocean, so that's great. Am I muted? No, I am not. That's great. But oh, I see you misspelled my name. Don't stress it out, man. My name is so weird. Like I'm actually considering a rebrand for the channel for something that's more what's it called? More adequate. Yeah, adequate. That's a word. Since you know not that many people know how to pronounce that. And look at that. New Zealand is online. That's absolutely great. You normally do not have. Okay, it's part of an event. Um, but yeah, pretty much everything does look good. In fact, cruise altitude 370, pressure is looking stable. Temperature is 15, 15, 15. That's also great. I don't think we're carrying anything that is pressure, well, not pressure sensitive, temperature sensitive. So, some airlines they do not have these online. So, it is what it is. And I can actually turn on the heater. It's off now. Uh, I've never done that. I would like to know what that does. There's some buttons in in this aircraft that I've never actually pressed, believe it or not. Like, it's an A350 Airbus, really isn't that much. Like, there is a lot. Some people say, I don't know how many buttons are there. Um, but yeah, we don't want to press that. We don't want to unlock that right now. We have this. We're not going to trim out the aircraft. That really will because like if we trim the rudder to the left, it's gonna be a lot of drag on the fuselage, which means more fuel burn. And with more fuel burn is less fuel efficiency. And we're flying the A350-1000. It is a good aircraft, of course. We'll do this flyby. Holy, I love this. I love this aircraft, really do. Um, the 1000 is great. The 900 is also great and all, but there's a place this A350-1000 has in my heart. Like, I like it. It's a lot larger. It's not like the A350-900, which is, it's a 900. There really isn't, as far as I'm aware of, much to it. It's just two Trent XWBs and the A350-1000 and the A350 fuselage. But with the 1000, you have more powerful engines. You're still the XWB, but they're like quote unquote overclocked. I think the normal ones are around 87,000 pounds of pounds. Yeah, pounds is the correct measurement of thrust per engine, and this one has 97, so it's like a uh, 10 ton. No, that's in metric. So it's like a 2 ton um, increasement per engine on thrust. So that's great and all. But yeah, it really looks great. Definitely is an interesting livery, and it still is a flight factor. So there really isn't, as far as I'm aware of, it's pretty much a flight factor systems wise and everything. There aren't not any specifications here that can vary it. I know that normally it would at least tell me the system. I think if you go over to FMS ATC communications, we have FMS FCU backup. We're not going to worry about that. FMS init. I think it does tell you the current equipment that you have online. I think it's in position monitor. Okay, never mind, that's not it. And you have everything here. The mix IRS coordinates and everything. Deviation. That's great. It can, I think, manually update the position. I've never really done that before. Normally I don't want to mess around with any coordinates here, because if I mess around with something on this coordinate, it can, well, as you guys possibly saw, pretty much shift us out in the wrong direction. That's what happened when we were flying the Concorde. Because I didn't know how to use the SIVA INS under the equator, and nor past the international, well, eastern, because I was not really used to like flying westbound and never eastbound, and I never went that far. But everything is good now, and we'll definitely fly the Concorde one of these days. I really cannot confirm when though, since it is a school starting up and stuff, so there really isn't much I can do. So from Laklu, I think instead of doing this weird thing here, as a matter of fact, to fine-tune our oceanic entry, I think the fuel on board, we have 14 tons of fuel remaining. Alright, that's great. That should be enough for ETOPS in the unlikely event that we cannot land in the Maldives. But we will definitely see. Because I think the nearest airport is Sri Lanka, and then you have like India, but Sri Lanka is of course a lot closer as far as I am aware of. But yeah, I think this aircraft, I don't know the exact ETOP certification, but it is I don't know if there are specific ETOPS certifications, but you do have ETOP circle here regarding, because the nearest station. So the first entry point is it's Muscat, and then the exit point is uh, Mangalore. That's an interesting name. And then we have Sri Lanka. So I was right about the diversion point, which is Sri Lanka. I think it's 29 feet above sea level. Information like the current weather looks okay. It's definitely better than that. As a matter of fact, I forgot to check the METAR into VRM. I'm assuming that the weather, since it looks good here, it might as well look good down there. But we're actually gonna take a look at that. So 260 at 12 visibility now. Okay, great. 418 broken at 280. That's great. I think that means 2,800. So this really would be really interesting. And QNH is 10110. Alright, the conditions do look good in fact. Really mods, there really isn't much that I can say here since in reality we are... Okay, what has happened down here? Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go BRB in a second, but it appears to me that you can see how the aircraft is telling me, oh yeah, you should be at this line, you're lower than your expected cruise altitude. As a matter of fact, yeah, the throttle's set to cruise, so let's see, what did I input here? I set 370, I set 390, no wonder, no wonder. No wonder, it's the first time I ever do this, like normally I just climb up there, but that should do the trick. Flight of 370 should accelerate to our final cruising speed, and as a matter of fact, we have got around 3 hours and 8 minutes until we land in the Maldives. It is a, it's a relatively, like it's not like the flight we did before, which was like 7 hours, 8 hours, and stuff like that. This one I would say is 4 hours. You know, we normally stream that on a Thursday, you know, the South America tour and all. But yeah, that is pretty much just that. So when we reach Tolda, we're gonna pretty much fine-tune our oceanic entry. As a matter of fact, since we're not flying with anybody on board, we're pretty much going to go. Well, we're flying with passengers, virtual passengers, but we're not flying on ATC. We're not gonna worry about that, so we're gonna disconnect from VATSIM, and that should do the trick. So far we have around 3 hours until we land. You know, those 3 hours can fly past really, really fast. Pun intended, of course, but yeah, that's pretty much just that. So we'll get that, and we'll fine tune our oceanic entry. I think we're sub-climbing from, we'll do Bonon to flight 0390, and then I guess that works for me. I'm not too sure if we can afford that. It wants me to pretty much do the sub-climb by the end of the entire flight, which is okay. Muscat, oh yeah, I know. Oh, we're flying over Muscat, that's great. I think the simulator is about to crash, so we'll do Bonum. Bonum is stop out. Flight level 390. Where is it at? Bonum, where is it at? I hate how weird this has to be. So I'll set it to Bonum. I'll clear this out since we do not need it. And fly level 390. So it should be there. So it tells you the new cruise altitude, flight level 390, 190 nautical miles. Time is, I do not know how to read that. We'll go over to, oh, what else do we have? So we have alt. You have concerns. Okay, that's great. I think the step climb should be there, so I think the way you do that is that you pretty much reset the MCP altitude and then the aircraft just climbs. I am not enabling that yet. You know, you can see that we're on altitude cruise. I'm assuming that the step climb will gain us a little bit of performance, and it will be pretty much on a higher altitude over oceanic airspace, which is, you know, it's going to be great. I don't know if it's oceanic airspace since it's the Arabian Sea. I know it's surrounded by Oman, Yemen, Somalia. You know, Somalia takes up a lot of coast, and I think it's the largest coast in South Africa. South Africa, not South Africa, Africa in general. Yeah, it's definitely a lot larger from South Africa. Like, you know, it pretty much takes up a lot of it takes up a lot of coast. You know, it's great, good beaches and stuff, but apparently it's dangerous there, like, you know, you have pirates there apparently. I'm not too sure about that, but yeah, it's just that. So, and then we have India to the left, and to the right, which, you know, it's great and all. Yeah, I'll be right back in just a second. I gotta check something out. I'm back. So pretty much everything looks, yeah, I say everything looks good, but you know, it's an Airbus. Really isn't that much to do here on cruise. Like we have the SEP climb to plan for. I'm not too sure how to do this. I never really do this before. Like as far as I'm aware of, you pretty much just like go over here. You set this to 390 and the aircraft automatically climbs. And there are some stuff that you have to verify as far as I'm aware of. Um, well, that's on the Boeing, so the procedure might be incorrect on the current aircraft that I'm flying. But I'm assuming that when we do the SEP climb and reach that point, the aircraft will first. Of course, when I get closer and closer, I will pretty much prep up the aircraft. So set that to 390 and then climb to 390. And I'm assuming that the cruise altitude will be set to something along the lines of that. It's not showing up like it's gonna be doing the step climb. So that's on. Because that 614 nautical miles would appears to me that the range is it's odd. Where it is. Because I'm assuming that it'll be able to fit in more waypoints. Like I think Bonham is here, so I think, as a matter of fact, we should be able to see that. It's not accounting for the sub climb, but you know, it probably is not that big of an issue since it is. Um, it's only like 2,000 feet. That we're gonna be working out, but we can do 410. We can do, yeah, we'll do 410 because why not? Why not is the mentality I always have. So let's go over to step out, score, set that to 410. And I think that should be better now. 410. Okay, 410. Let's go over to flight plan and everything. And I think that did account for it. And it didn't. Oh no, it didn't. Alright, that's good. So you can see how pretty much we start climbing, but it's not like a full climb. We pretty much start climbing slowly and slowly until we reach flight level 410. So that's honestly quite great indeed. So we'll pretty much do 410 when we reach there. Yeah, we're going to be flying over the Arabian Sea at flight level 410. You know, it's going to be an interesting, it's going to be an interesting cruise, of course. Really will be. But yeah, this is a cruise A350-1000. You know, it is interesting aircraft. We're definitely gonna be seeing. I think we're gonna be seeing it more often on the channel. When in fact we do stream. You know, we're not doing that. Fortunately, not a while since school starting, and I have to give it all, or else the domino effect will take place. But yeah, I do have a flight plan, which is from Caracas to like Montego Bay, but with the Air Caribbean with the Air Caribbean A350-1000, which I have yet to actually fly. Oh, I've got him pinged. What is this? That's for a YouTuber going live. And who is? Oh, it's XP. That's great. Okay. Well, that's a little bit disappointing that our friend XP Aviation YouTube has had a little oopsie and he cannot use his joystick anymore. But let me go back into the flight deck like so. Step climb is not there yet. I am going to pretty much start briefing for that the moment it gets closer. We're still rather heavy, like it is normal carrying more fuel than you need to in this type of route, mostly because ETOPS and all, and you don't have that much. If you can't land, you pretty much have to fly to the closest land. This really wouldn't be an issue if we were flying not where we're flying at the moment, but it is pretty much what it is. We have a nice little laptop, so if you really wanted to, you could go over two. How do we go on this? So we'll go over to this, and we'll fold the table, and we'll fold it back in. We have this. We have pretty much instructions now and everything. Yeah, I know how it works. But the thing is, I never really use this, mostly because all of the procedures here, they're rather odd, in my opinion. So, the checklist assumes that, because if you don't start with the APU, which is one of the critical procedures, it assumes you can't do stuff. So, you literally have to start with the APU first. That's one of the reasons why I do not use it. And yeah, everything else is alright. Cruise and all, I can pretty much go through it, and it's gonna give me all green because I already did that, climb and everything. And yeah. And we're turning. What is going on? We'll go over to after takeoff. Takeoff. Chrono. Yeah, I have the chrono. I never really use the chrono. Um, it's there. Never really use it. You always have the amount of flight time that you've been in right down here. And I think it's called the ECAM. And okay, so that's an ECAM memo, and this is an ECAM, so that's great. Um, but yeah, you can pretty much have your flight time. We've been flying for around 1 hour and 54 minutes. It's been rather long of a flight. I think we've got around 2 hours to go. How long until we touch down into the Maldives? So it's around 2 hours and 53 minutes. So yeah, it's that. We're slowly turning so we can go over to this waypoint and then start our step climb up to flight level 410, and we'll test it out because it's actually my first time doing this. Um, but yeah, that's pretty much just that. The A350-1000 is, it's a great aircraft. Really like it. What if we set the time to something a little bit more exquisite? So let's set this to, we'll set to 5:45 a.m. That looks better. It really does. The ground is definitely a lot less visible. It has this weird bug that, well, the haze sometimes can be a little bit odd. So it pretty much is what it is. We're pretty much just gonna go with it at the moment. But so far, as far as I'm aware of, if this does not work out, we'll probably take manual control. But we're gonna set this to flight level 410, and the aircraft should automatically climb up to that. I'm not sure if I have to press anything, but we'll see. We will definitely see that. So far until that waypoint is step climb is 2172. So in 7 minutes we will be reaching that and starting our step climb. But yeah, in those 7 minutes we'll be reaching that. You can already see the ocean there. So bottom is the place where we're going to be starting our step climb up to flight 410, and yeah, we'll see what we can do up there. Like, you know, turbulence here is not that bad. It's only like 13 knots at heading of 100, but I am unsure how the weather will be around bottom. I should probably have checked this before I started the step climb, so we will definitely go and take a look at that. Where is it at? I think it's at Royal Duke Golney, which should be right around there. Winter 320, so we would rather stay up here, but it looks fine, and they're at heading 082, so they're pretty much semi-helping us, but we still have something to battle out. Yeah, it looks fine. Yeah, we'll start a step climb all the way up to flight 0410 soon, train mark. Set this to 14 nautical miles, and it should come into view. I think it's like around, um, so it tells you heading and distance. Oh, does that tell you the wind? Sure. It also tells the time here. I've never really looked at that. Like I normally look at the ecam instead of actually looking at up here. So, um, so the flight plan is bugging out. So that's great. I am. Is that a feature in the A350 that it tells you to like reset the MCP altitude? But I am unsure. Really are. Okay, that was like there. So it pretty much is the aircraft calculating itself as far as I'm aware of. So that's set up. We've got that waypoint at around 38 nautical miles. We'll set that to 40, and we'll start a step climb around 30. We'll pretty much go through everything, and yeah. As a matter of fact, it's telling me that we. Okay, so it is a step climb, so that's pretty much why. Yeah, something here that I'm not understanding. Step outs. Yeah, fly 410, so it should intercept that, but it isn't, so I'll try to go over to Bonum, which is this, and set this to fly 410. Hopefully that does work now. I'm not too sure, like I should probably just leave it there, but you know, we're doing that because why not? It's telling me 39ers here, so I guess we'll do 39ers here, actually following the FMS. Uh, but yeah, okay, that's good. Okay, we'll set the cruise altitude to. Uh, I'm not sure how to do this. Like, I really should know how to do this, but I don't. Which is, you know, it's okay, but I really should know how to do this. But yeah, we'll wait for that, and we'll pretty much, I guess, reset the MCP altitude. If that does not work, we'll pretty much just click on that, and the aircraft should start the step climb procedure. I don't know if it has the ability to do that, but we will definitely look at how it does it. Yep, we definitely botched that one, so we're gonna climb up to flight level 390 instead. That was odd, really was. I'll try it again another time, but for now, final cruising altitude is flight level 390. Really botched that one, that is great to know. Um, but yeah, that's just how we're climbing up to flight level 390 instead. I think the mistake I made here was that I set it to climb when I think the aircraft was supposed to do it itself automatically. So yeah, that's what happened. I guess we could retry it out from 390 to 410. I'm not too sure. Let me go over to Goldie to Tavok and we'll set that to that. So I think then instead it should work. So if I go over to 410, so if I set this to 410, we'll retry that once again just to try to see how well it goes. Pardon me, of course, I'm really sorry about that. But yeah, 260, well, 390 for now, and it's going to hold that speed until we reach that waypoint, which is 13.0 nautical miles. Definitely botched that one. I was expecting it to go smoother, but it didn't, so it is what it is, honestly. It really is. But yeah, I think from Tavka, I'm not gonna bother with that. Like it says step climb, and it acknowledges a new cruising altitude, and the MCP altitude has been set to flight level 410. I'm going to assume that when it gets to that point, the computer is gonna tell the aircraft to be like, okay, so you gotta climb up to flight level 410 at this waypoint at this time and in this amount of time. I'm assuming that's what it's gonna do. But we'll see. We will definitely see. So we've got that waypoint in around 7.2 nautical miles. We'll see how well it goes for us. If it doesn't work, we're just gonna set 410 because I think the maximum cruising altitude on this aircraft is 410. We can take 430 on the 900 variant, but we're not gonna try that. We are on the 1000 variant, of course, so you know it's not that big of a deal, I would say. Yeah, these slides work. Um, yeah, we'll go up to Tavco, which is coming up in around 3.7 nautical miles. I'm a little bit disappointed that I couldn't get that to work out. I think in the Boeing, I know how to do that. I watched this tutorial from, I think the guy's name is flight.2sim. Apparently he's a real 737 pilot, so it's equivalent of me asking James how to fly the A350, as far as I am aware of. Um, Pretty much we'll reach Tavco, and I think the aircraft should start climbing. No way. Did I just get it working? Holy, okay, so it's really that simple. So you pretty much set it to, you don't have to worry about clicking on anything, so you just set that to flight level 410, and then the aircraft automatically climbs. That's great. That's great. But yeah, we'll do a step climb, and I think we reach, yeah, I don't think we reach 410 by the end of the flight. What do we have? So 614 nautical miles. Um, I'm uncertain. Are we not gonna reach that? Step deleted. Okay. So I am definitely doing some stuff wrong here. We're not gonna bother with that. We're gonna stay at flight level 390 for now. Um, but yeah, it's definitely something that we're gonna have to look into. New cruising altitude, flight level 390. That's great. A little bit disappointed, but you know, it is pretty much what it is. Is there not a way that I can pretty much just go ahead and look at the water? Just that the sun's so damn bright outside that it really is rather odd to do stuff like that. Aircraft is rather loud, so I'm going to go ahead and do this view for now. I'll do this one. What's a view here? We will do this one. Yeah, popular one. We'll do this view. It looks okay-ish, I would say. I don't know if the entire cabin is simulated. How do you do this? I think the way you do it is that you pretty much just do a flyby or something like that, but that is pretty much what we are doing. We'll do this view for now. It looks okay in my opinion. We'll do, to minimize sound, of course, we'll do this view. But yeah, it's really my plan. I'm a little bit disappointed because it's only ocean from here, and we've still got like around 2 hours of flight time remaining, which it's okay, but it definitely is rather interesting. But winds are it's 38 knots. I do not have the accurate weather here, and it's not telling me the winds and everything here, which I think on the actual OIS does show up, but it's flight factor. But you can pretty much see you don't need to use a terrain radar. You can pretty much tell where land is from the airport. There's nothing here, and then we have India on the side. And then I think Africa is too far away. I think I'll go over to navigation. Yeah, we can barely see an airport over there. We have, I think that's Muscat. No, that's our airport. But yeah, you can pretty much see Pakistan there, and I can't see. Yeah, I think we're in the middle of the Arabian Sea, so well, not exactly the middle, but the whole point is that we're really, really far out actually. But we've got around 2 hours, so we've got 2 minutes until we land into the Maldives. It's a really, I wouldn't say really long flight. It's just a rather long flight. Let me see something out. So it appears to me that you guys can in fact see my shaders. Oh, you can. Okay, so it appears to be only a Vulkan, a problem that's only on Vulkan, so it does not record it. So I'm thinking that I might as well just use OpenGL for the rest of the time because you do have library and a lot more features, and the FPS drop is nothing. It just takes a little bit longer to load, but that is currently our plan. We'll do this for now. Really, there really isn't anything out there. It's just ocean and all, but we will definitely see. Vixity, hello. Yeah, I'm just here in the background reading about Leonardo DiCaprio. I definitely butchered that. Leonardo DiCaprio, yeah, the actor that was in Inception. Highly recommend you watch that movie. It's honestly great. But and Vixie, welcome to the stream. I'm sorry I butchered your name, but I don't know what to say. But yeah, we're in the aircraft at the moment. Pretty much cruising. There really isn't much to do here. It's just ocean and all. Our altitude 39ers here. India's to our left, and I think Africa is to our right, and behind us is the the Middle East. Yeah, we're gonna call it the Middle East. It definitely has a name, so I don't know what it is. Fuel quantity and all looks really good. Trip win and all. Pretty much go here and then you calculate that and all. And you can insert history wind. I don't know. Like you have to pretty much set that um, manually, but yeah, that's pretty much just that. Really isn't much to do here at 62 nautical miles. And as a matter of fact, I think we've got around Vic City. Okay, uh, where are you from? Miami, Florida. Yeah, it's really simple of an answer. But yeah, we've got two. So we've flown for 2 hours and 40 minutes, and we've got around. Yeah, we've got like 2 hours of flight time. I think the ATA does show up how much flight time we do have. But yeah, and Vic City, welcome, welcome, welcome. Don't know that, can you? Yeah, it's nice. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. That's great. That is great. I haven't been to St. Louis. I heard that it's great. It's inland, and I heard that it can get cold, as far as I'm aware of. But yeah, it really is a interesting aircraft, of course. But yeah, St. Louis. Is that where they have like a bunch of cargo planes? Like, no, that's Louisville. St. Louis. Don't you guys have like a landmark there? I think it might be another place. It's like an arc or something like that. It's either 20 or 100%, uh, or 50% humidity. I don't know what the weather is. Um, at the moment, of course. Well, what's the weather where I live at? So it's telling me 20. I'm not gonna read this out because you guys might be able to dox me with this, and I am not gonna let you guys do that. Weather is showing up as okay, see full forecast. Yeah, I think there is a hurricane coming up, but definitely we'll see that out. Yeah, there was like a bunch of hurricanes, Florida and stuff. Um, it's bad weather most of the time, if I have to be honest. But yeah, let me go to NHC. Why does it always go to that? So go NHC, and that should go up. So we have Fred. Fred's all the way up there. Remnants of Fred. Ah, rest in peace, Fred. You will be forever remembered as the wannabe hurricane that never reached full potential. But Grace is actually a hurricane. What are the winds looking like? Okay, so it's gonna hit. So it's looking like it's gonna hit. It looks like it's gonna hit. Yeah, it's definitely hitting the Yucatan Peninsula. So if you wanted to go to Cancun, you might as well go to Florida. The weather's gonna be the same. And Florida does have some good beaches and stuff. And we have Henry. Henry's so weird because normally hurricanes enter the Caribbean Sea. My mom is calling me. I'll be right back in just a second. I'm back. So pretty much my mother decided to go on a bike ride, and it's almost fully dark here, and she doesn't know where to go. I've written that. Yeah, I've gone there so many times, but it's interesting. So we've got that waypoint. The arc and all looks really nice. I think it's called the St. Louis Arc. It's possibly got a better name. Arc that is in St. Louis. Ah yes. Can I not spell? Come on, you got this, Louis. It's literally called the St. Louis Arc. It couldn't be more generic. What is this? So it's called the St. Louis Arc. That has got to be so. Oh no! Oh no! That's another thing. Gateway Arch looks really nice. Like I don't think we have any. Like we've got like the Freedom Tower here, but you know it's a tower. It's pretty much reminiscent of Spanish architecture and architecture. I know, but yeah, I don't think we have anything like the One World Trade Center, Hollywood sign. It's just Miami. Um, I might be wrong because like you've got Key West, you've got like downtown and all, you've got the Freedom Tower, but nothing in comparison to like I don't know the Eiffel Tower, a landmark that everybody knows. Like I'm 100% sure if I ask someone, uh, who can I ask? So I'll ask, yeah, if I ask Matt, it's not the best person to ask, but yeah, guess here goes. But yeah, if I ask Matt what the Freedom Tower is, he's probably just gonna say the one that's in New York. I don't know, man. Um, but yeah, the Arc. It's called the Gateway Arc. That's nice. It's called Arch. Arc. Yeah, Arch, but Arch. It's a similar. Well, yeah. I heard that you can go on an elevator and then go all the way up there. I don't know how that works. Since the shape is rather odd, like you would have to like tilt the elevator a little bit, and the amount of available room you have up there looks relatively small compared to um, what I'm looking at right now. So yeah, it's pretty much just that. It looks nice. Definitely a city that I want to visit. Like the good thing about living in the U.S. of A. is that it's like Europe. Well, not Europe. Like you don't have the autobahn and all, but you have a great highway system. So heck, you take the I-95, you leave Miami, and you continue going in it. And I think you do in fact pass via Boston. And I don't know, like it's great. You can pretty much travel anywhere except Alaska. I think, because like Alaska's here, you have to cross into Canada and then go from Vancouver. But I don't think there are any highways, and who's gonna torture themselves to go through the Canadian wilderness? It's actually not that bad, to be honest. I've been up there. It's actually not that bad. Yeah, it looks nice. Like it's definitely something that I'm going to have in the plans. Like if I ever go to St. Louis, it's of course gonna be something that I do. See, the question is, because let me get this out. Let's see. All right, so what's this view? We'll do this view. Because like I'm looking at this, that is not what I wanted. So we'll go over to that, Streamlabs and everything. So I'm looking at this image. I think let me credit the person. It is Flickr. That's great. Yeah, I'm looking at this one. I'm 100% sure. So, um, it appears to be an arc, but where does the other circle go? I wonder if it. I would like to know where it goes. So time to go to Google Earth. It's not on an RNLMJ stream without me going into Google Earth. So it's about time if I have to be honest. But it looks nice. Yeah, I think you've got a river around there. I don't know. What's the river there? The river has got to have a name. It can't be like the. It's gotta have a name. It is the Mississippi River. Yeah, that's one of the main rivers here. And I think you have the Missouri River. There are like a bunch of rivers, but as far as I'm aware, the Mississippi River is it's a why is the image there? So I'll move it over to the side. Yeah, Mississippi. I think yeah, we don't have any, like we've got lake, that not lake, Miami River, but it really isn't as complex. I would say like it's a river. Really isn't much. I'll open up Google Earth. I'm actually close this one because I do not want to be doxing myself. Doxing yourself is not good at all. But I'm sure you guys would not take that and use that against me. But don't know, because like if someone doxes you and they're like, oh yeah, I know where you live, are they really gonna hop on a plane and then come visit you? Like, if you're lonely, good for you, but I don't know. There's the South America tour. Where are we at? So yeah, we've got like the Miami River. It's there. Okay. Oh my God, is my mom riding her? Okay. My mom is really riding the bike. Um, that's great and all. All right, so whatever. She'll just go keep on going straight, and then she'll end up reaching a park. But as I was saying, let's actually go ahead and take a look at that. As a matter of fact, let me actually try to not zoom in too close. I do not want to dox myself. Yeah, I shouldn't be able to dox myself. But as I was saying, yeah, Miami River pretty much goes all the way in. I think it flows into the Okeechobee. That's like that one big lake we have there. You know, it's a lake. It's alright. But yeah, I don't think we have any large rivers here. St. Louis is home to almost 6 million people. Okay, that's a lot. What is this ping? Ah, it's Southwest, isn't it? Events, yeah. This people, I fly for this virtual airline, fly in and out midway. Okay, my mom's calling me. I will be right back in just a second. And I'm back, flight deck door has been closed. Let me actually go and close something else so I do not dox myself. Let me actually close this out. Is there a way that I can... Yeah, let me close it out. I'll start sharing my screen in just a second, you know. Location is private for a reason, you know. Not just that, but as I was saying, let's actually go over to this. Oh my god, is my mic that loud? Because my dad's watching the stream, and you know, it appears to me that my microphone is extremely loud compared to the aircraft and all, which is, you know, great and all. Um, but yeah, that is pretty much just that. Missouri's up there, it's great. Oh, Missouri's a state, but there's a river, I think called the Missouri River. I think, and I think it flows. Oh, St. Louis is in Missouri. That's way to go, geography. Way to go. I swear, there's a river called the Missouri River. I am 100% sure there's a river called that. Missouri. Yeah, there is. So I was not wrong. Okay, so it flows out, so pretty much, okay, that's great. Yeah, but yeah, so far cruising altitude and all looks great. You know, I think we've got like 1 hour until we land. It's been like, yeah, 943 nautical until we land. Um, Everything looks good. We'll go over to crew compartment since it is getting a little bit tiring here. Oh, look at this. Communist Elmo. Oh yeah, about that. Yeah, I have Elmo there. I think I put it on, like, it was like 2 years ago or 1 year ago. And I decided to put Elmo there. You know, it's Comrade Elmo. Um, the whole, I'm not going to get into politics about the communist system and stuff because some people think it's good, sometimes it's not bad. Um, but I'm going to leave it there. You know, politics is a highly controversial stuff, but in my opinion, you know, you gotta respect everybody's opinions because at the end of the day, it's an opinion. You can try to change it, but you know, you shouldn't. The motherland, yes, yes, the motherland. You know, Soviet Union, 1991, said adios, and you know, we had a bunch of puppet states pop up, and now you have China, Vietnam. I think there's like another country that's communist. Like you've got Cuba, but you know, Cuba's just there. It really is. The motherland. Yeah, jokes. You know, there are no jokes in the Soviet system because the motherland does not take jokes slightly. Man, I'm just hearing my echo of my voice like in the other room because my dad he's there. I forgot the no, it's not North Korea, it's West Korea. Those that disagree will be sentenced to death by Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un. I'm kidding. Um, you know, it's interesting, really is. Like, you know, you have a bunch of countries there. You've got like the stands, and most recently, you know, the Taliban took over Afghanistan. Uh, it's going to be interesting. They say they changed, but not sure even themselves will believe on that. But you know, we'll see how it plays out. Maybe Afghanistan will be super sophisticated, and you know, they'll be laughing at the other world, or you know, they'll just be barbaric. But we'll see. We will definitely see how it plays out. But yeah, I'm not gonna get into what happened there because you know it does. Afghanistan is just that. No, it's actually really nice. I think I posted some images there. I agree with myself. Yes, and I agree with you. But it's not fully a desert. Like you know, you've got mountains. It's interesting. It's an interesting terrain. It's not like Dubai where it's like flat, and you know it does get a little bit mountainous with the border with Oman. I think the mountain ranges there do in fact have a name, but me not being sophisticated in geography does not know what the name of that river is. Not river, mountain ranges. It's gotta have a name, and it doesn't. That's great. But yeah, it's pretty much just cruising here. 1 hour and 49 minutes until we land. It's going to be an interesting landing, of course. You know, we're going to try to butter it, as people try to say it. But, you know, we will definitely see, and I should possibly check on my mother since it's night time. I gave her a map of the location, so we'll see how that goes. Tell me this, do you ever look at a country and say, why does it exist? Like, what's your purpose being there? Like, Bahrain. That's another one. Like, there's probably a bunch of history there. I think it was I don't know much about Bahrain honestly, because like I know it was used by the British to like fly the Concorde, but mostly it probably just got colonized. You know, the British went like full colonization mode. I think around the 1600s, 1700s, and yeah, it pretty much just went on until you know the empire fell. You know, it was a little bit tragic for the Brits, but you know, maybe it changed for better. Maybe it didn't, but they have the Commonwealth now, which is like I'm gonna call it the EU of the world, but it's different as far as I'm aware of. And we have America. America's just there. Yeah. I wish there was like a way I could import that. Uh, Yeah, it's really gonna be an interesting landing. Of course, like you've got like a bunch of islands, and I'm 100% sure one of these may be, in fact, a. It's so interesting how these are because it's an island, pretty much fully packed. What is this? This has got to be a fitting name. This is really such a fitting name. Tsunami Park Beach. That's got to be a PR disaster for the Maldives if someone goes there. But it looks nice, coral and everything, the satellite imagery. I'm 100% sure if we go ahead and look at where is it at? 1985. We'll do yeah, as expected. You can't see much, mostly because what if I go all the way back? So is that 1985? 1985 Google Earths don't look too bad if I have to be honest. Really don't. I'm sure this imagery was possibly taken with a space shuttle or like a thing that they launched up into space because it's satellite imagery. And I think if you look at the islands, you should be able to look at global warming taking its toll here. Let's see, what is a good... Uh, I hate how it gets blurry, but that's pretty much what happens when you do stuff like that. So let's set it to 2001, 2005, and then 2005. I think you can actually take a look at that. So if we go over to that, let's actually compare that. Oh yes. Yeah, I haven't. Yeah, there really isn't a change that I can observe at the moment, but it's just there. It really is. If they really named this island Lake, what an ironic name. So it's called a lake, but there really isn't a lake, and it's surrounded by ocean. That has got to be the weirdest name that I've ever seen. I want to know how these people deal with water, because there really isn't any fresh water here. It's salt water and all. Um, it is odd, really is. We'll set this back to 2021, because why not? But yeah, I think A380s fly here. I think this is the runway that we're gonna take. But as you can see, it's decommissioned, so we're pretty much taking runway 36 for arrival. ILS 36 for arrival. That is currently the plan. But yeah, this airport looks good. There's a Burger King, so we'll make sure to hop down and get some Burger King. And why is there an entire fleet of aircraft flying to other cargo? That's great. A bunch of cargo 747 flying over to Singapore. That's great. But yeah, I should probably check something real quick. Are these clouds? Yeah, there's no way. There's absolutely no way that these are 2D, not 3D. That's that. Wait, let me check something out real quick. So that's India. Yeah, that's definitely India. That's Pakistan, Afghanistan. Yeah, why are there so many damn stands? Like you've got Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, a lot of them. Yeah, that's pretty much that in a nutshell. I wonder if I can go ahead and take a look at what's going on here. What happened here? Yeah, it's like Cyprus. Why do they exist? It's an island and don't know what they export. I'm surprised that I'm 100% sure because like every single land, as far as I'm aware of, has been conquered. Well, conquered and then I said conquered. Um, like been invaded. That's a word. And had new rulers and stuff, as far as I'm aware of. Because like I'll take a country for example. We'll look at Germany. It used to be a lot of empires here. You had a bunch of states and all. I think if you look at 1600 Germany map, I think you can actually take a look at that. 1600 Germany. See, this is what I meant. There used to be a bunch of little empires, little stuff. I think this is supposed to be compiled into the modern map. Looks like it. And I think Deutschland. Did the Netherlands were the Netherlands didn't have a. That's odd. But yeah, it used to be like a bunch of empires and stuff, and it was definitely really interesting. But yeah, it's just the whole point of lands may or may not have been conquered and stuff. Um, the export hugs, do they? Let me see. Ah, fruits. Alright, pretty much. Um, EU. That's great. It's just pretty much you can pretty much see citrus fruits, cement, and potatoes. That's pretty much every single. Well, don't want to say every single because I might be wrong by that, but pretty much every single uh, country near the Mediterranean, they either export olives or they export oranges. Like it's them having the ability to do that. Looks nice. Oh, I think these are the Canary Islands. Oh no, it's not the Canary Islands. You're up here. The Canary Islands. It's an interesting destination, of course. But with flights like this, believe it or not, as far as I'm aware of a flight from my mom's calling me, I will be right back. Well, not a flight from my mom's calling me, Barbara. I will be right back. And I'm back. Just had to do some basic guidance. Some yeah, that's just that. So 640 nautical miles until we reach that. Step climb starting up at the moment. Mach 0.87. 13 tons of fuel. Let's see how far that will get us. So let me actually go over to SimBrief and see how much fuel it takes to go over to Sim brief, like it's probably not counting the fuel that we're gonna be burning on the climb and everything, but yeah, I'm back. Just had to do some guidance and stuff. But yes, I was saying, let me actually go over to that. Let's say we had to go around, and the flight plan told us that okay, you had to go around, and you have to go over to, well, not go around, divert to a other airport. So airport of our choice at the moment appears to be VCBI, so we'll do VRMM to VCBI. Okay, keep VRMM to VCVI. So that's great. So it appears to me that I think we're actually not going to be able to make that, and if we can't make it, we could try to do some halt over the Maldives if the weather's not looking good. But at the moment it is, so it's really not a factor that I have to worry about. But Sri Lanka is relatively closer than us literally going all the way over to Africa or India. So you know Sri Lanka is a good alternate. Okay, yeah, we have more than enough fuel to go over to Sri Lanka. So, in the unlikely event that we had to divert to Sri Lanka, we will pretty much have around 7 tons of fuel remaining in metric. Of course, I'm not talking about the Freedom Eagles that Americans use to measure. I'm kidding, but yeah, and we're actually perfect on fuel. So it's honestly great that the aircraft did plan on that. So 13 tons of fuel, so we should be fine. I'm not too sure if that accounts the fuel that we're going to burn going up and down. But you know, if we're flying lower, apparently we're more fuel efficient, but that is counterintuitive since if you go down there and you're like there for a long time, um, as I experienced because yesterday I was flying with Libyan and you know Libyan he flies the 777. I don't know if he knows how to fly the 777, but I'll show you the procedure that I had to do. So I pretty much decided to like hold around here because why not? So I pretty much flew from like Istanbul to like Kabul. It's like an evacuation flight. I took the A380. It was actually an A350 that I took, but on that time it was in fact a A380. I think I can get an image of it. That's not it. Where is it at? I think it's in Libyan's server. Yeah, I absolutely recommend Libyan. Great content creator. Great streams he does, and he streams P3D. Where is? I think it's Five Nights. Beautiful images. We'll go to that. I think there it is. I think it might be here. I'll just wait for that to load. But yeah, I pretty much decided to like do some holds because I wanted to see how the A380 was landing represented in. Okay, Volante almost crashed. That's great. But yeah, as I was saying, I just wanted to see how it's represented in here. But as you can see, pretty much had some holds over that, but it really went to nothing. I recommend you check out Libyan stream for that, since it was a interesting approach on his side. You know, I was flying it smoothly, like you know, there wasn't any start. There was one, but I don't think the approach that I had into that was not allowing it. But if I go over to what is a good view I can do? So I'll go over to, I think I went over to Chief, and let me actually go and open up. Oh, what have I done? Okay. I think I posted my images. Yeah, it's a beautiful approach because you're pretty much coming in close to mountains and then the mountains dip and you can see the entire city of Kabul. And you know, it's really, really interesting. I'm 100% sure Kabul is a beautiful, beautiful country, but you know, sometimes beautiful countries are ravaged by political unrest, as witnessed in this little country here. But I'm not gonna get into that. But yeah, it was an interesting approach. Pretty much went down there, did like a couple of holds here, exit the hold, pretty much went around here, did this little circle, went around there, and Libyan I think went around like 3 times, possibly even more, if even more. But yeah, that is pretty much that. Um, am I really in a focal? Okay, never mind. Because I was confused because on iOS it shows like a weird green cylinder here. Don't know. It's like a cylinder, but it's not. Don't know what to call it because it's like a circle, but it's not fully a circle. It's like pressed down. Uh, don't know the name for it honestly, but yeah, I did the approach here. It was nice and all. The landing, you know, I'm not proud of it. You know, I cut the power I think too early, and the aircraft decided to Af Afghanistan. What about Afghanistan? What about it? Because like you know they're there. No, I know Afghanistan, Venezuela, they've had political unrest. I think there's also political unrest in Africa, but I'm not too sure about that. Um, but yeah, that's pretty much just that. Oh yeah, there's also political unrest in Europe and stuff, but I'm not gonna get into that. I'm not here to discuss politics, but sometimes stuff can get backtracked. Heck, we'll fly. Okay, so next stream we're gonna be flying to. What is the stream we can do next time? I love this. I love this scene because it's an island, and then literally half of the island is covered in airstrip. That shows how essential you call it Kabul a country. Oh, that's why. Sorry. Yeah, Kabul's the capital of Afghanistan, though. I'm just saying that I flew to Kabul, in Afghanistan. You know, Afghanistan is interesting country, and you have like this place around here. It's nice and all. I'm trying to think. Where is there not another place with political unrest? Like, you know, every place at one point does have political unrest. Like, that one time when I think Indian farmers started protesting, due to government not paying them well enough. You know, they're literally keeping people alive by making the food, but and they're not being compensated for the work. Like, that is that is sad. You caught Kabul a country. Ah, yeah, that's nice. Uh, got 1 hour and 32 minutes until we land. Oh, it's right on. So 1 hour and 32 minutes. So the clock, in fact, should be right on point. Um, I actually think the stream is lagging, so that's honestly terrible. But yeah, that's pretty much just that. You want to see 17? I want to see 17. Is there a freeware? I don't like. I know there's a payer, but you know, if you want a study level C-17, good luck, man. It's a military aircraft. The odds of it being study level are zero. The odds of if you really wanted a quote-unquote study level aircraft, you would wait 20 years and you'll play DCS on it because you know it's new technology and you know you don't want enemies of the respective country pretty much using that against them. But I think there's a free C-17. I know there's a Beluga extra large, like you know the normal version hits too much and the small version is not capable enough. Like you know you've got the extra large, extra small, medium. It's I turned it into a joke, which it is. Like you know the extra large. I think it transports the A350. I think it's based on the A330-300. I'm not too sure about the Neo variant. It uses the Rolls-Royce engines, I think Trent 700, so that's great to know. But yeah, I think there is that. So let me go over to C-17. Yeah, there's only one, but it's only $20, and you know, $20 ain't too bad for that, and there is one. SimShack. This website is literally renting in flyway simulation. It looks so good. Like it doesn't look good. It looks okay. That's a word. But you know, the UI looks similar. Aircraft or no, I think it's like a store here. So I'm hoping I didn't stumble across a pirating site. That really won't be ideal, or like a place where the people. Oh, so the A330 for XPLANE. Does it only have the 300? A330 still since not standard. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, there's only one as far as I'm aware of, but you know, it is what it is. It is what. Yeah, we've got 1 hour and 30 minutes. TOD is uh 04919 Zulu, so that's pretty much in around 1 hour. So 1 hour until we touch down into the paradise that the Maldives is. Screen capture coming offline, and we're pretty much ready to go. Let me actually try to watch this guy stream because I know a lot of fellow content creators stream. You know, if you're a content creator, what are you doing apart from, I don't know, making liveries, just making content, I guess. But yeah. The Magnite 780, it looks really nice. You know, the Magnite looks okay. But yeah, it sounds great to know. Whatever, 20 minutes until we land, so that's great. Really isn't much to do here. Like we've got Golem coming up, and that's a waypoint. And we've got like a bunch of waypoints here. Approaching all, it's gonna be beautiful. So my plan for today, okay, yeah, we have this. So why am I even bothering with this? We'll set this to plan. Go over to this aircraft. Um, the way the approach is looking, it looks rather odd. I would rather have it look different, so let me go over to that. Okay, so never mind, the approach is good and all, because like the plan is that I want to fly over the city, do like a weird turn, and then land into the airport. But it's an ILS approach, so you know the approach now will be pretty much standard. I'm not too sure if there is a Cat 3 there, but we'll see. Okay, so it's Cat 1, so though there is no autoland, we could. How many cats do you need? Oh my god, why do you need it? Why is it named Cat? That is a question. Aviation. Yeah, why is it named Cat? That is such a weird name. So it's telling me how airlines, aviation pet names. So that's clear air turbulence, but that isn't. What is Cat 1? Local level. Okay, there we go. Local level, distribution, main socket, plug-in category. Is there not? Okay, that's great. Um, right, so that's great and on. So the flight plan for the moment is that, you know, we're pretty much going to be approaching it, and I think the Maldives should be right around there. It's such a weird way there, but yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, we've got around 1 hour and 25 minutes until we land, but I'll be right back in just a second. Alright, I'm back. 1 hour and 23 minutes until we land. That's great. No, the approach, it's pretty generic. Really is super generic. But as I was saying, I think I wish this would have an ability to look over your route instead of it, because I know Volanta has it, but I'm too lazy to open up Volanta, so I think it's located around here. I think you can look at it via the VOR, so we'll actually go over to ARC and set this to ARC. I think, yeah, those are islands. Yeah, islands. So if that's one of the islands, then we should be getting closer and closer. I think okay, there you go. VOR, which is Malé, which is 114.7. We might as well set that up, and we might as well use that. But yeah, my approach procedure was looking like, okay, yeah, we'll fly over the islands, go around here. But the approach already looks like it, so we really do not have to worry about that. Um, Only thing I have to worry about now is the aircraft. It keeps on flying, which it is, so that's great. Fuel quantities look good and all. Speed is managed. We're definitely going to be left with more fuel than we need in the unlikely event that we had to divert to Colombo. Yeah, that's pretty much just that. It's pretty much just ocean for now. I don't think we're going to be getting any glimpse of islands. Um, yeah, I don't think. Yeah, we're not getting any islands, and we should be able to look at the airports here. We have terrain radar, but that's not going to help. The islands are absolutely small, and the range is too high, and as you can see, we can already see our top ascent point. That you can see the nearest airport is around 480. Dual Spotter, hey Juan, how's your flight today? Gold banner, by the way. Thanks. Dual Spotter, welcome to the stream. Hope all is well. Everything's going well already. Planes cruising and all. We are approximately 683 nautical miles, but yeah, Dual Spotter, welcome. Use a new engine paint kit. What is that? Oh, holy, makes it a lot more convenient. Alright, the Magnet's getting a new paint kit. That's great. That's great. It looks rather odd. Like, it does look odd, in my opinion. Because, like, it's going for that aesthetic where it's, like, one thing and it's not split any... And you can see a bunch of distortions there. But I guess it looks okay-ish. The flight detector's solar systems. Well, back when they did develop it, it was a collaboration with QPAC or whatever they were calling it back then. But yeah, it does have TOLA systems, and it does have the TOLA's MCDU. I'm 100% sure. I don't know how the development went on this aircraft, but I can assure you that it looks nice. Like, I think this FMS is fully custom. We haven't gotten sits and stars until recently, so that's great. If it's TOLA's A350, you can expect great quality from TOLA's, great A320 and A319. Apparently it's better than a flight factor. I want to get the flight factor Airbus A320, but I've heard bad things from it. Like, oh yeah, it's a flight factor. It's really bad on performance and stuff like that. But how bad can it be? How bad can performance be on a virtual aircraft? But the flight factor A320, apparently it's a level D simulator that has been ported into XPLANE-11, which is great because it's more. How does this guy have glaciers over Iceland? I need to fly around Iceland. No, it's Greenland. Damn it. Damn Vikings fooling us once again. They literally decided to call Greenland. They decided to call the place where it's icy Greenland, and then Iceland where it's actually green. Damn Viking. Damn you. Damn you. But yeah, pretty much. It's a nice aircraft and all, but it's definitely missing some features. No brake to vacate, no ACARS, no SATCOM. There is a SATCOM here, but it's only a missed object. Like, it doesn't have any functioning value. You would ideally go over to ATC-COM, and then from there you would pretty much just like talk to them. And you also have the ATC message here, and you could respond with will close standby on unable. But it's flight factor. Hopefully they do update that in the future, and we can get working ACARS and CDPLC. Because like the A350, it's already good enough in my opinion. Like, I would consider it a good aircraft. It is missing those features, and it does have the bug, which is called the, I think they coined it the flare mode bug. So the aircraft would come into a flare, and then you would try to pitch down, and the aircraft would it would literally start bouncing up and down, and it would cause for a uncomfortable landing and an uncomfortable landing for the passengers, since definitely slammed the aircraft, but hopefully we do not have that. And the issue isn't really that prevalent as far as I'm aware of, but we'll see. But I'm thinking, because like the only way I'm assuming that I'm gonna get it, I don't plan on buying it because it's like $90, and with that type of money, I can try to get P30 and get the FS Labs, which is quote unquote better, something like that. But if that doesn't work out, and I'm assuming that oh yeah, no one's gonna get the Flight Factor Airbus A320 because it's terrible on performance. So what happens here is that they have to choose one winner, and well, I think they choose one winner per plane. It's Flight Factor. They're holding competitions and stuff. You can consult them for stuff like that. Okay, so far, yeah, it's Trent 1002 Charlie. That's great. I'm just randomly. Oh, okay. I'm just randomly scrolling Discord right now, but yeah, the flight factor is 50. No break to vacate. No taxi cam. No onboard air. No onboard airport. OA. Okay, how do I say it? OANS. It's pretty much like you have the. You can pretty much pull this down, and I think the option is called zoom, and then from there you can pretty much just like um, literally navigate the airport without actually having to look outside. You could just go and put the camera on one side and put the onboard airport navigation system, and you would know exactly which waypoint to steer and what there is. And I think TCAS is also the traffic are also simulated here. I'm not an expert on here, but OANS would be great. Like I have no problem with actually navigating the old-fashioned way, which is looking outside. Okay, so that's Delta, so we have to pretty much take a left and then join Delta. But it definitely is more or less better if we could do something along the lines of that. But yeah, 17 likes, thank you. 80, okay, 17 likes, guys. Thank you, thank you. Can we reach 20 though? That's just that. Likes as far as I'm aware of recommend the content, so it helps the content to grow. And I've got a notification. It's definitely that's odd. It's just a YouTuber going live. Typical. But yeah, I'm 100% sure that this might be the last stream we're doing for like months since school starting and stuff, and I'm definitely not going to be streaming as much as I normally do. If all I do stream, which is, never know. You never know. I've got him pinged. What is this again? Okay, let me actually write to this guy. Killer Skunk, welcome to the stream. Hope all is going well. But yeah, Killer Skunk, welcome. And we're not doing A/T. Well, we're not doing an auto land, but yeah, we'll do A/THR because I know every single uh, time you come into the stream, you're like, oh yeah, do A/THR and auto land. It's great and all, but yeah, we'll do A/THR because why not? Uh, but yeah, Killer Skunk, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I can see India over there. I think you can actually look at. Oh, that's Mumbai over there. That's great. That is good. So it should be pretty much to our left, and then Mumbai should be over there. There is no traffic that we have to worry about um, for miles, honestly. Like I think the nearest aircraft is it's a 747 in India, and yeah, that's the closest we're there. And then there's like a 787, but yeah, the closest traffic is a Kasai 747-8. There really isn't any traffic. Normally I'm 100% sure this route would be filled with aircraft and stuff, but it's really isn't. There aren't that many aircraft flying this route on VATSIM at the moment, but yeah, that's just that. Let me go over to that. What is real time looking like? 5:09 a.m. Heck yeah, we'll do that. Okay, nice little sunrise arrival in real time. Looks really nice. We'll actually turn on the uh, what's this now?
Sir, the passengers are complaining about the heat.
Heat? It's only 20. What? How is it hot if it's 24 Celsius? I don't understand this. Absolutely no clue. Set the wing lights on, because why not? I should have definitely said level off before. Okay, I did. So I'll do a drinks and light meal. I should have done this a long time ago, but I didn't. But yeah, it's pretty much just that. Nine 5.86. Got 161 knock miles until we reach that. TOD is around here. I think that's around. TOD should afford us a good descent into there. Like, I think. Oh, yeah, we do have a star. So, disregard that. It's a bit out of a start because it doesn't have any twisting and stuff. It's just like straight line. You descend via that line and then you turn a little bit and then down you go. But if I really put it that way, you can pretty much describe every single star that way. But it is just that we'll do this view because why not? We'll do this view. I'll be right back in just a second. Gotta go check on something real quick. Cruising so far looks good. 100, 1 hour and 11 minutes until we touch down into the Maldives. But yeah, as far as I am concerned, we're literally going to be the only aircrafts arriving into Malé. It's going to be great. Um, you know, we don't have to, as far as I'm aware of, like, of course, it's always a good habit to make the call outs, but it's not really required because there really is any. Oh, we're not on VATSIM. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, we're not on VATSIM, so even better. Even better. But yeah, everything looks good. We do not have a secondary flight plan. As a matter of fact, let me try to plan out something that can possibly work out because the way things are looking are. Oh no, never mind. I have it. So if we are unable to go there, we'll do radar vectors to Dub Po Top Do, and then from there we're going to continue on the flight plan. So that is pretty much our secondary flight plan. In the unlikely event that we in fact do have to divert, so VCRI. I think this aircraft does in fact have secondary flight plan. So I think if I go over to VCRI, so VCRI, so VC. Okay, that's it. Um, 390. I think yeah, I definitely messed. So it's BCBI, VCBI, and then I think you can go over to flight plan and go over to flight plan. Go over to I think. How do you do secondary flight plans on this? I've never really had to do it. So flight plan. So discontinuity. So I guess I could input that in the unlikely event that we did have to go around. So, you know, since we have some time here, might as well do it. We don't really lose anything from doing that. So we'll see how it goes. So we'll go and save that, go over to PDF and everything. We'll enter the secondary flight plan. I think normally you would do that, but me being me, I didn't do that, so it is pretty much what it is. So we'll go over to that. You pretty much have to like reset this, so you pretty much go over to up one directory and you pretty much just scroll down once again. 36. So it has a star, but we're definitely not flying that out. So International waypoint, which is top dough. Apply. Top dough, and then it's, yeah, we can't enter any waypoint, so pretty much this is what manually inputting waypoints is. You have airways, but I don't think you can. Oh, you can, but I'm not doing that. Top dough, and the next waypoint is M512. Enter next waypoint, which will be Nive. I think that's actually not what we needed. Internet. Okay, there we go. That's one. Nive. That's one. Yep, that's one. How do I verify that? Nive. Apply. On Nive, we're gonna enter a airway, which is via the M512. I'm stupid. So let me actually go back to this. I am really stupid. I could have done this a lot easier. I remember the times when I did in fact fly the normal FMS, and this is the A350, and I really don't bother that much with it. But yeah, I'm deleting this, and I'll pretty much worry about that later. Airways. I think you can actually go over to this, click on Airways, click on via N512 to Nive via, and then direct to. Okay, so you can't do that. So you can't direct into that if you do not have an airways. So that's great and all. And then we'll enter our arrival, which will be telling me ILS runway 22, ILS Zulu 22 via star is Lalum 1 Alpha, and that should do the trick. That's honestly great. And then insert next waypoint. So as far as I'm aware of, we do in fact have the alternate flight plan here in the unlikely event that we are unable to make it into this place. Well, that's great. I wonder if the alternate flight plan does. Oh, it does show up. That's great. Okay, so you do have the alternate flight plan, so that's great. We're gonna leave that in there in just a second. Let me see if I can track any ADF or VOR just for, because why not? Over to that maps and everything. So it is 114.7. Squawk is navigation. VOR is 114.70. Frequency 1, and we're too far out. That it's perfectly understandable. I think we are around 560 nautical, so there's absolutely no way that we can track that out. But are we even closer to anyone? Like, how close are we to? Is there a VOR around here? Because like the zooming in on this is so odd. Like it really is rather odd in my opinion. But yeah, there's absolutely, as far as I'm aware, of no VOR that we can track. Like India's over there, but it's too far away. So I'll set it to 500 kilometers, and you can pretty much measure out the distance. And I'm assuming that each one here is. Oh yes, so there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 100 kilometers. So it pretty much is around. Yeah, there's absolutely no way we can track it. That's the best way to put it. Maybe this island does have it. I doubt it though. Yep, absolutely no one. I pretty much that's it. I'm actually quite happy that I inputted that. The weather looks fine. The clouds look absolutely amazing, of course. But you never know. 'Cause sometimes you have to go around, and it's better to go around than be crashing. I should probably move the time until landing somewhere a little bit better, because like right now it's covering up a lot. Is that better? Okay, I'll just leave it where it was. Yeah, that looks better. What is a view can do? Because like I love the sunset, like the sunset and all, it looks absolutely amazing. I took a screenshot right now. Heck, if we ever fly back, which I'm gonna be possibly flying this, well, I have to fly this route back. I don't think on stream and all, but that is currently the plan. But the alternate flight plan is there. Honestly, quite great that we pretty much got that settled. Yeah, I think you can actually take a look at it. You can take a look at it from here. So we'll go over to 80, 40. And then you can pretty much, yeah, it looks great. And you have the airway here, and we pretty much just follow that out. And we have the entire star here. So that's absolutely great that we got that plan out in the unlikely event that we did in fact have to go around. But it's great that we entered our alternate secondary, is it called the secondary flight fan? Let me see. What is this? Secondary flight fan, perfect it. Waypoint mismatch. Is it still an issue there? Well, yeah, that's normal. Is there a way that I can clear this? Not at all. Secondary flight fan. Okay, so it's not working. So whatever we just did, we pretty much jerry-rigged something to work. So, um, yeah, that's great. So in the unlikely event that we couldn't make it there, we would do that flight plan. I think we could, in fact, return to Doha if we really wanted to, and I think we have enough fuel, but it would be a little bit risky because wind and stuff. We would have to account for all of that. But yeah, there's absolutely no way we can reach there. But yeah, Colombo looks like the safest option. And you know, if we can't reach Colombo, we'll go over to Chennai, and if we cannot reach Chennai, we'll possibly go over to Mumbai, and you know, that's pretty much just that. 13 tons, 533 nautical miles until we land. That's great. Blackboard 86. Time until landing is 1 hour and 7 minutes. Well, it's not exactly 1 hour and 7 minutes. I'm looking at the stream, so it's 1 hour and 43 minutes. Um, it's you know, we're getting there slowly but surely. I wish these people would have found a more interesting texture and just got the Lufthansa safety card and then slap it on the door. But I'm 100% sure this is easily removable, so nothing to really complain about. So you could pretty much just like, yeah, I'll delete that and I'll put a picture of a plane if you really wanted to. That actually gave me an idea. That really gave me an idea. I'll pretty much just end up putting a picture of like a plane there. I'll pretty much call it a day, because how hard can it be? Because like you're pretty much just selecting the area, deleting it, and then inputting a thing in its substitute. Like you might lose some detail because it is, as far as I'm aware, I've made it Substance Painter. Yeah, don't know how you would do this if it wasn't for Substance Painter, because like I'm assuming that pretty much making these textures on without Substance would be like a suicide mission, to be honest. Well, yeah, I'll call it a Hail Mary instead of a suicide mission. 614 gram, 600 not. We're getting there. That's the word. Really looks nice. Let's see. How is the winglet on this plane? Because like, you know, sometimes delivery does its justice, but sometimes it doesn't. So um, the paint kit that I normally use, well, the one I start using to paint my liveries, um, it's definitely a lot better. So you know, you can see more detail. I'm not too sure how well the detail is showcased because it doesn't really change the UV map. So you know, level of detail is pretty much just the same, but it's a lot cleaner than the default paint kit. So yeah. And I can tell you that I'm 100%, well, not 100% sure, but you know, definitely gotta tell you that this is absolutely dirty. Really lost. The light looks alright, you know, it's positioned realistically as far as I'm aware of, but yeah. But yeah, 57 minutes until we land. TOD is looking like that's our alternate flight plan. We're pretty much going to go back into our normal flight plan here. TOD is 0282. I wish it would tell me the time around here instead of having to look up. But yeah, we're landing in like less than 1 hour. So that's actually less than 1 hour. Um, okay, so we're landing in like 1 hour. But in general, we're gonna be descending in less than 1 hour. So it's gonna be an interesting descent into the Maldives. As far as I'm aware, it's super scenic. I think I have ORSOs for the entire airport. I do not have ORSOs for the departure, but it's really odd because when you get close to the equator, there has to be an effect that flat maps have because it doesn't really display curves and everything. So it looks a lot larger on the top than how it looks on the middle. So if you say make an ortho tile in Dubai, it looks small. And if you take that same tile and you make it in Iceland, it almost covers the entire of Iceland. But yeah, that's pretty much just that. I think there has to be a name for that distortion. What is that distortion? Yeah, it's called the Mercator projection, which is the name of the flat map. Um, the world is not flat. It is rounded, and if you really want proof, then go to the beach and you'll be able to see the horizon. Not horizon, the curvature of the Earth. Because like you're going there, and then you can see that okay, there's a point that I cannot see it. So if the Earth was round, if the Earth was flat, then why can I not see past that? I should be able to have an infinite viewpoint, of course, unless you're obstructed by weather. But if it's clear skies all the way, then you should have a clear view of literally everything. But it's pretty much a simple thing, and I don't get how people can be so stupid to believe the world is flat. The only thing is flat is their ability to think. Like it's flat, it doesn't go up or anything. It's terrible. Like I don't understand the whole concept of flat Earth. Like I understand that okay, maybe uh, you're super orthodox and you decide to oh yeah when the Catholic Church or whatever church you're part of it decided to be like oh yeah the world's flat and proven otherwise or something like that, then you be you, but do not try to spread um, false science claims. It hurts other people, like because like then some people think it's good and they start spreading it, and it hurts their reputation. I never really understand why people do stuff like that. What's another thing that people say is fake? Um, oh yeah, Area 51. I don't know. Area 51 is there. If something goes on there, so be it. It's not affecting me, and if it's Area 51, then there's a reason why it's so classified. Um, it's possibly because they had like a bunch of atomic tests back in the 50s and 60s, because it was a war there called the Cold War. The Soviet Union and the Americans just went out on each other and they were like, yeah, I'm more powerful than you, and then they tried to one up each other. And they had like mini conflicts that they kind of fought. Like they had Vietnam and they had I think another one, but I'm not too sure about that one. But yeah, that's pretty much just that. Geography is absolutely weird. Some places it can be pretty much well made, and then some places can be absolutely terrible. Like look at Africa. We've got like a bunch of countries. It really is interesting. And then Asia, we've got like a bunch of stands. And then Europe's reasonable and stuff, but yeah, Europe is reasonable. Empires and stuff. There's absolutely no way that there's gonna be any wars in Europe, because like, well, there's Belarus, but I'm not gonna get into Belarus and stuff. But yeah, pretty much. It's pretty much unified. You have the EU, and you've got like a bunch of forces that are supposed to prevent stuff from happening. You have the League of Nations, but you know how that turned out. I'm not gonna get into the nits and grits of what happened there, since it's history. I'd recommend you look at it. Alright, from the stream, but yeah, it's just that. 539 Stereo estimate is being crossed in around 7.6 nautical miles, so it's absolutely great. Speed is still, you know, it's still the same. I don't think, because like if I do decide to speed up, it's gonna be like 0.3, and that's a maximum the aircraft can do. I think it can go Mach 0.9er, but you know, RIP fuel efficiency, we are definitely carrying a lot more fuel than we need. So you know, we're carrying around 13 tons of fuel, and we only need around 7 tons um, to divert to Colombo. So you know, if we really needed to, we could possibly direct to, not divert, yeah, divert to Chennai, which you know, it's gonna be an interesting approach. You know, Chennai, um, we've only flown once on stream, and it was the Concorde. The Concorde is an interesting aircraft, and you know, last time I flew it, um, you know, I'm sorry for the landing, really am, really am. But yeah, really isn't much I can do here. Is there a way? Because like I know there's a bug on the flight factor that if you go over to temperature, so APU bleed EC, okay, so that's stuff there. Pressure, what is it at? So that's APU conditioning. There has to be another one here, because like I know you have that, but that's electricity and stuff, and I couldn't be bothered with the electricity at the moment. That's fuel and all. I remember some guy having a bug, and then the temperature decided to go absolutely crazy. It was like minus 1 million in the cabin, so you know, sir, the what's the guy's name? The stewardess would have been, sir, the passengers are complaining that they're freezing. They're freezing. That's just that. Oh, there are also some stuff in the basic flight factor product which are, you know, notable, and they are this. You know, the throttle quadrant is literally a single texture. It doesn't it's not realistic at all. But you know, the aircraft is relatively old, and you know, for it being old and the condition that it stands in the flight sim community at the moment, I'd say you know it was revolutionary for its time, to be honest. Except they really shouldn't have taken so much time to add sits and stars. You know, it is a basic functionality for pilots, to be honest. How can you fly an approach without doing sits and stars? Sits and stars are holy. There's a massive group flight going to sit to what's that place called? It is uh, Singapore. Yeah, Singapore is an interesting country. And it's like one of those places that okay, so it's really surrounded by the giant that Malaysia is, and I would like to know how it. Well, yeah, colonialism. Yeah, that's something. Else. I think it was like a British territory. Well, everything, if I have to be honest, at one point was a British territory. I'm not too certain about that, but yeah. That is just that. Like it's so weird because it's a city state. It's like the same with Monaco. Um, but I think those are the only ones that I am as far aware of. But yeah, so far we are on a cruise. We've got 48 minutes until we land. I'll turn to one view that can be rather scenic. What is this orbit view? What is this view? I would like to know what this view is. Oh, we'll do this one. Right, so I'll be right back in just a second. SimPilot 001, welcome to the stream. No worries, man. That's where you gotta hit that bell. You know, the bell I think keeps you posted on when I upload. And you know, join Discord. I do ping the people there, letting them know that I am going live there. But yeah, got here just in time for 47. 47? Well, what 47? I have confusion. Oh yeah, 47. The time left until we land. Um, but yeah, I would say 47, but the TOD is actually getting closer and closer. It's like less than 320 nautical miles. It is. I didn't see it. No worries, man. Absolutely no worries. But yeah, we've got around. I think it tells me here. So yeah, it tells you the distance, but it doesn't tell you the TOD distance. Don't know why. I think it does, but I don't know how to read it. So that's just me being me. But yeah, it's pretty much off in the distance. We already have sign. We already see a sign of civilization. We see an airport. We saw airports before, but you know they were all the way to the side. And whether the way the clouds are looking already, it's really gonna be a beautiful approach. Like we're gonna be clearing them, going down into another cloud layer, and then pretty much ascending below that, then pretty much landing. But yeah, we're literally gonna land in around 4 hours, so that's great to know. We should possibly start prepping for arrival. Let's actually go to this. Take a look at the runway thing here. There really isn't any approach perf calculator here. It's only takeoff, so I guess it is what it is. But the distance is that. So we'll do auto brake 2, and we should be able to stop down. I think an A380 has landed here. I might be wrong on that, but you know, it's pretty much really fast until we reach that. So we'll set the auto brake 2. Okay, we'll set that off. We don't need it at the moment. But yeah, we'll turn this off, set this to auto. This one can also come online. That's great to know. And simple signs will be coming off on in just a second when we reach when we are about 18 nautical miles. We'll turn that on. Advise passengers that we are about to descend into the beautiful islands that the Maldives is. But yeah, auto brake 2 should be fine. You know, there really isn't any perf calculator here. You know, it's only takeoff to get the V speeds. I'll be right back in just a second. Flight deck door has been rather odd. Libyan, my man, welcome to the stream of flying the A350 today. What's up, man? I saw your what's up? Yeah, we're flying the A350 today, but yeah, Libyan, welcome. Well, the information looks okay. It's gonna be a really scenic approach. You know, the cloud layer. We have like this cloud layer here, and then we have like cloud layers under it. It's really gonna be a beautiful approach. But Libyan, welcome. Don't you just end up welcoming people more than you need to? Like it's something that has grown on me. We'll go over to that. Go over to that maps, and I think we should be able to tune onto the VRDB VOR. I'm not too sure if it's gonna be able to be localized. The odds of it being localized are nothing. So yeah, that's that. I think the Maldives should be localized around here. It's semi 10, 20. We'll do 20 instead. It's rather odd. Am I muted? Let me. Okay, I'm not muted. What do you mean, damn what? I'm confused. I am confused because like sometimes people post something and you know it's something that I should know but I don't. So you know it is rather odd. So tune over to VOR, and we're still not in range. We can't track it. We can't get the DME. And there is no ADF around here, as far as I'm aware of. Yeah, no ADF. That's great enough. Yeah, it's disappointing. 9-degree channel. That's great. I thought this fight was gonna be longer. Um, it's same, but it's really like a short hop. Like we pretty much go over the Persian Gulf, pretty much cross Dubai. Well, not Dubai. I keep on saying Dubai and refer to the United Arab Emirates as Dubai, but it's not Dubai only. Um, but yeah, we cross the United Arab Emirates, going down from Oman, enter the Arabian Sea. I think we're actually still in the Arabian Sea, and it's like 4-hour flight. It's a semi-long haul, I would say, but it's a long haul in distance, I would call it, because we're flying from here pretty much all the way to, if I have to be honest, that looks kind of like the middle of the Indian Ocean, but it isn't. It would possibly be like a rather another 800 nautical miles to forward, but that might just be that. Don't you just love it when the TOD is getting closer and closer, and you can finally land after the trip and a half that you did down into the Maldives? It is really a. Okay, well, I forgot to turn that off, so that's terrible. Um, but yeah, wait for 180 or 160. It is pretty much around there. Time does fly by when you're flying a plane, of course. Pun intended. But yeah, that's pretty much just that. Yeah, there's no VOR. So okay, there is. I forgot SkyVector existed, so let me actually go ahead and take a look at SkyVector, since they do have really good charts. And why is it only showing me the charts version 1? That's great and all. Charts. Is there not? How can I not? SkyVector. SkyVector is a pilot's best friend, and that's a fact. I like your reshared. Um, thank you. Thank you. Really looks nice, and I'm actually quite glad, because the problem I was having before, which was that the stream would lag when I tried to move the camera, and it would pretty much just freeze. It was a Vulkan issue, but apparently on OpenGL it does work better than expected, so it is great and all. But yeah, I think SkyVector should work now. Why does it only show me San Juan charts? I'm not interested in damn San Juan. Well, San Juan is the capital of Puerto Rico, and Puerto Rico is not a state yet. Hopefully soon. World though. World VFR. Okay, there we go. Found it. Alright, so where is it at? So, okay, so that's Maldives, and I think there's absolutely no navigation assistance here apart from airways and waypoints, and there are no DMEs that I can tune on apart from um, the Malé VR, which is 114.7. It's rather odd, to be honest. Um, that's absolutely strange, but and India's also like it's there. Definitely has a lot more, but the United States, it's really filled with navigation aids. Like you can't go a city without seeing a VOR. It's great. If you wanted to do some cross-country navigation, you can pretty much just fly it out using VORs and ADFs, good old-fashioned way, as far as I am aware of, instead of using GPS and waypoints. But yeah, that's just 240, 160, and we're on our way. Gonna drink some water real quick. I think, am I muted? Okay, I'm not muted. Um, yeah, so pretty much I had to drink 3 liters, so like, I take hydration really, really seriously, but come on, 3 liters, like the jug, like it was literally a plastic box. I think we bought it at CVS. It's from I think it's like a drugstore. I know saying drugstore kind of does sound rather weird, but medicine store, pharmacy, whatever you want to call it. Um, bought water and got the COVID vaccine. Well, version not can I not speak? Yeah, I got the dose 2 of the Pfizer vaccine, and parents paranoid, but rightfully so, of course. But yeah, rightfully so, of course. But yeah, that was pretty much what it was. Had me drink like 3 liters of water. Um, it's alright. Have no problem with drinking water. It's always good to stay hydrated. But yeah, it's just that. So pretty much waypoint. 36 minutes until we land. Um, Honestly, quite happy that we're finally going to see. Can we see land? I don't think there is any land above down here. Yeah, there's no land, and for some rather odd reason, the radar here is not wanting to show this up, and it only shows up Malé. I don't know if that's the way it's actually functional, because I'm assuming that it would pretty much read it from that little thing it's got in its nose. Um, but I think it just loads data from there. Tomorrow you should feel a bit sick, but after you. Alright, thank you, Living. Which vaccine did you take, by the way? Because I think you might have gotten the vaccine, and if you did, I would like some advice. Because I got the first shot. Arm was a little bit sore, slept over it, so that pretty much killed the pain. But yeah. But yeah, tomorrow really isn't that big of an issue. It's a Thursday. It's like I should be streaming tomorrow, but don't know, man. I have stuff to prepare for, school and stuff. Get a good schedule. Faster. All right, that's great. Yeah, that's what I'm getting. And did you hear that they're going to be giving booster shots now? Um, it's needles and stuff. I don't have an issue with it. For some rather odd reason, I don't know what happens, but I get nervous when they're gonna put the shot. But I really don't care if they're gonna put it. It's like the body taking control of stuff, and I'm telling you, I really don't care. Like you put the shot and then it's out. It's really simple. And look at that, 160 nautical miles until we reach our TOD point. So we're getting closer and closer every single time. So that's honestly absolutely great. As a matter of fact, I think the moment we do reach our TOD, we will in fact have the airport in sight. So we'll probably set this to the range of 160. We have a star plan out. Never really flown into this airport. So it's actually my first time. It has a close vicinity towards the ocean. It's islands and stuff. So what can I say? Um, but yeah, it's pretty much just that. So 160, and we have the TOD point. Right around there, we'll set this to navigation. As a matter of fact, let me have a poll running in just a second. I want to see if you guys want me to land with the Ask community. Is a poll posted? Because like apparently you have the option to do polls here, which is honestly quite great. I saw Maple using stuff like that because it's Twitch, and Twitch is a lot better for streamers, of course. But I still prefer YouTube, mostly because the reachability. I don't know. I like YouTube for some rather odd reason. I don't know why. It's because like Twitch for me it looks odd and stuff, and it's only gaming and stuff. But I don't know why I'm not on Twitch. Like I did decide that I'm gonna start up a Twitch and stream Concord every now and then. And every now and then might be 1 year, and then 2 years pass, and I'll stream. Um, so much for consistency rate, I know, but really nothing that I can do. So we've got that waypoint up and running. We've got this in that amount of time. And as a matter of fact, let me hydrate, and I gotta go to the restroom really quick. So let me go ahead and do this view for you guys, and we'll do this. Looks nice. And yeah, I'll be right back in just a second. And I'm back. So voting has been gone up. So I think we've got a no 100%. Okay. I'm glad you guys didn't want to see me crash into what's the name of that place? It's gotta have a name. It's probably called like the Bay of Malé or something like that. Like it's not even a bay. It's odd. It really is. It's gotta have a name. Yeah, we might end up crashing into. Okay, it doesn't have a name. That's disappointing. There is a mega mall there. It's called Red Wave Mega Mall. It's rather odd. They have a restaurant called Ratatouille? What? That has got to be the most. That is. Oh my god, they probably seamed it out of the actual movie, but they're making a mega mall? That's great. The names here is so weird. So it's called Red Wave Mega Mall. That does not look like a mall. It looks absolutely tiny. I don't know how that's a mega mall. Like, I would consider, like, something like Costco a mega mall, but it's not really a mall. It's just a store. But, yeah, that's just that. But yeah, if we overrun, there is plenty of space for us to stop before actually hitting the water, and you know we would really be rather drunk if we really ended up doing that. But because you know we have enough runway space, and you know if we're fully configured, set it everything, and we forgot to manually brake, we should be fine enough. But we're pretty much gonna manually brake, take whatever exit is from there, and I'll pretty much just like the backtrack. Oh yeah, you have to backtrack. That's great. That is honestly great. Yes, airport is so nice. Like, I think they're working on a new terminal, and you know, it pretty much is a. It's like really is an interesting airport. And they have like a bridge. That's great. It's only 2 lanes. You know, the Maldives is really an interesting country, and you know, definitely is a place that I have to visit one time in my life before it goes down under, which is unfortunate. But global warming exists, and you know, if we don't stop doing what we're doing, um, Florida's next or something like that. But yeah, it's just it's super small. I don't understand. Shouldn't the Maldives at least try to go through some land reclamation? Wouldn't that be great for them? I don't know, cause like I know the Dubai did that when they were building the Palms, and I think they also did that for the World Islands. But it's odd. But yeah, the Maldives are. It's such a weird. It's like super small, but then again, it's super large. And you've got like a Sri Lankan embassy, so that's great. Really is an interesting. Mali is a really interesting city, if I have to be honest. And as a matter of fact, I think in fact that Mali is actually smaller than. Where's the comparison? So Mali is. Yeah, I think it's smaller than even Miami, or at least one of the areas in Miami. That's the word it's called. But that's just that. I think we have the TOD in around 18 nautical miles. It's actually 110 as far as I'm aware of. Getting closer and closer, and we can see civilization over there, and it tells me ILS approach. So as far as I'm concerned, if I click on VOR, it should not give me that. I think we have to be around 200 nautical miles. I think there is a range on the VOR, but we'll see. And whether it is not functioning, of course, that's great. I really like this PBR mod. Like, you know, people will say that the flight factor modeling is terrible, but you know, it's not too bad if you're just focusing on everything. Like, you pretty much put your mind out of uh, the 1000 mod. Pretty nice. I'm sorry you don't reach out. Sometimes I just go on my rambles and stuff, and I forgot that there's a chat here. So the 1000 mod is pretty nice. Yes, it is. As a matter of fact, I do have a plan to like try to get the cabin imported into Blender, and then from Blender I'll pretty much just try to extend it for it to be realistic with the actual aircraft, because the way it actually is represented, it's not at all realistic, because you know the A350 As a matter of fact, this can put it into comparison the amount of distance that there is from the A350-900 to this. So that's pretty much where the A350-900 ends. Well, not exactly where the cabin ends, and where the A350-1000 cabin ends is, I think, around here. So that's gotta be like a good 5 meters, something like that. I'm not too sure on the measurement. Let me see. Let me open a Wikipedia. There has to be a better measurement, and I'm not using Freedom Eagles. Freedom Eagles. That's what they call it. A350-1000 mod for XPLANE-11. Yeah, the A350-1000 mod for XPLANE-11. It's honestly great. Um, and it really, really is really good, and it's also free for customers. So it's not like Tolis that you have to pretty much pay for engine variants. But if it's accurately represented, then so be it. A350-1000. Is there a Wikipedia for it? Okay, Airbus A350. They were actually working on an 800. It probably got cancelled because they made the A330-800, which is such a weird aircraft. Like, the A330 is massive commercial success as well with the 747, but I would never expect a neo version from it, and it's so odd to see an A330 with like the mask that's iconic to the A350. Yep, we are definitely okay. Taxi engines rolls. Yeah, I was correct by that. So it is actually 84,200 pounds of force, uh, and the A350-1000 is actually 97,000. So it is like a rather large increase, if I have to be honest. Like that's gonna be like 13,000 per engine. So really is powerful this aircraft is. Take off weight, payload, fuselage. So 1,000, I think it's not telling me. So the fuselage is 5'9", wing area, overall height, wing, max wing. Is it not gonna tell me where the overall length? There we go. So it is around. Looks appear to be. Calculator is coming out because I couldn't bother doing these decimals if I have to be honest. It is 6.9 meters. Nice. It's really nice that it's actually 7 meters honestly. If you really wanted to round it up, but it can't do that. Cannot do that. 7 meters of extra space. That's gonna be like extra row. Um, really is nice. Like the 1,000, it's really great. Better than the 900. The 900 is great and all, but the 1000 really is the cherry on top to the A350 family. There was 800, but rather take an A330 800 if I have to be honest. But yeah, pretty much less than 160 nautical miles until we touch down. I'm 100% sure don't know if this is how it is on the actual aircraft, but the thing only renders if there's land. If there's water, it doesn't bother. That's my hypothesis on this. Not my theory, not my theory on this. Um, it's odd. I would rather have it render that, but if you want to say from FPS, that is a reasonable thing to do. So that's good enough. Sun's shining, so it's great. There has to be better sun. Like this is absolutely bright. It really is. And there's also some flare. I think it's called sun flare or something like that. Um, some flare, camera flare, something like. So you take a camera, you look at it in the sun, and then you'll see like a weird arc there. That's just the lenses reflecting or something like that. I don't know the exact name for that, but that's great. What if I do 10? Not even 10. It really couldn't bother loading that up. Really only bothers with stuff like that, but we're getting closer and closer, which is honestly absolutely great. 320 nautical miles, and TOD is actually less than 18 nautical miles, so it's honestly quite great. The setting plan, minimums are going to be set to barometric. We don't have to worry about radio altitude since it's so close to the water and the mean sea level. That's good now. Alright, so go over to flight plan and everything. We're like 20 minutes out. TOD is coming up so slowly but surely, but if you take a look at their TOD, it is 2:08, so around 7 minutes until we land, so that's great and all. Let me actually go ahead and do something real quick. Let's see, how's the poll going? So 67%. Okay, I think we did have, in fact, a person that voted yes, and it's a 33%. So that's gonna be interesting. So if I do end up landing here and I do crash, I'm blaming it on the vaccine. I'm gonna blame, oh yeah, the vaccine is terrible. I can't control the aircraft with my right hand. If Actually, it's realistic if I control it with my right hand, because that's the way how they actually do it if you're flying the first officer. It's not like you have a joystick here, on Boeing. You don't have that issue since it's a yoke and it's not a joystick like this one. But yeah. Oh, Sister Box, what can me watching asked you if you were speaking English. Wow, man, that's interesting. I don't know if my accent is rather odd. Like, I've heard a lot of things. Oh yeah, you sound European or something like that. And partly is because when I did learn some English, the people who taught it, as far as I'm aware of, uh, I don't know, cause like you learn it, but then you develop an accent if you're like. There has to be like an entire theory regarding pretty much how stuff like that happens, but I couldn't be bothered googling that. Like you could probably Google it, but yeah, if you're speaking English, heck, we'll speak. What language do they speak in Mali? We'll speak Arabic since we're flying Qatar or something like that. I can't speak it. The only language I can speak is Spanish, but I'm not gonna bother. She had no idea you were talking about, but not accent. Oh, no one. Yeah, no. Yeah, that's perfectly reasonable. Non-pilot. Oh yeah. Because like if I say, what's a pilot thing that only pilots know? Um, the BTV is not functional. People don't know what the acronym for BTV is. It's called Brake to Vacate. Systems developed on the A380 and on the A350. It's not functional here on the flight factor. Damn you, flight factor. But that's just great. As a matter of fact, I think we should be able to look at islands. Islands are not inside, but the water looks absolutely amazing. Really looks nice. Looks really nice, but yeah, water looks nice. It's nice water. That is the 14 knock miles. We'll reset the MCP, the FC altitude. It's called the flight control unit on the Airbus. MCP on mode control panel on the Boeing, but that's just I'll set it to 3000. I think that's going to be our entry port. We'll set to 2500. The aircraft should pretty much follow whatever restriction is set, and I believe our approach into that should be. Taco, it is 4000. Yeah, we'll set to 2000. 2000 should do the trick, and the aircraft will follow all of the restrictions in place, so it should be fine. For descent, down we go. Seatbelt sign is coming on. VNAV, LNAV, ILS. I think ILS stands for instrumental landing system. Um, yes, but it's an ILS, but landing system. I don't think so, because like there's different types of ILS. Like you've got Cat 1, Cat 2, and Cat 3. I think Cat 3 is the one that's suited for the auto land, and Cat 2 possibly. It's a lot of research that I'll have to go. PC-12 flew one from Alex. Wow, this guy flew. This guy flew in PC-12. That's great. Class Delta Aerospace, not FK. Yeah, yeah. Because like what we were discussing something regarding aviation earlier today. Like it was something regarding. I probably forgot it. It's happened to me, and I don't have Alzheimer's, so it's rather odd. But yeah, flight level 390 descending to flight level 020. MCP altitude set. So the moment we get closer and closer, as a matter of fact, we were actually less than 20 nautical miles. Hello again, Killer Skunk. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, there you go. Senior has loaded, and I think if I click on this, VOR is set, so we are pretty much directing to that in just a second. But yeah, Killer Skunk, welcome to the stream. We're flying the A350. Well, yeah, welcome back, actually. I'm hoping that the scenery didn't load because of this. That really would be disappointing to just see water. Like, it is semi-realistic since here now, sorry for being late, just woke up. Man, absolutely no damn worries. You don't have to be apologizing that you're late. You come here on your own free will. It's not like you're sorry that you came here a little bit late. It's yeah, no worries, man. But go on and welcome to the stream. Hope all is well. Friday A350 down to Maldives. We're actually about to start our descent. Let's actually go over to start descent. Go over to this. But yeah, welcome to the stream. Just in time for 15. Yeah, I'm actually about to clear that out because it really isn't that necessary. Um, yeah, it really isn't that necessary to be honest. We'll actually do a checklist because why not? Over to the SEM preparation, seatbelt signs on, approach data insert. Okay, position strobe lights, anti-airs as required. Okay, that's great. Descent. So it's that simple. So, okay, we'll go to a 10,000 feet checklist in just a second. As I was saying, let's actually. Okay, everything looks ready for descent. Don't know what to do now. Like I'm gonna be inputting airport information around 10,000. That's what I'm gonna be doing. But yeah, that's TOD here. Let's go and start descending, shall we? I think we missed it off by like 100 feet, but we should be fine now. And down we go into the Maldives. Aircraft is not descending now. It's pretty much has to retard the throttle and let's try to capture the vertical descent pass right now. But it's getting closer. Sometimes it can get a little bit odd that I forgot to descend and then we're like 3,000 feet too late, and I have to jerry rig a fix using holds and stuff to actually get down to an adequate altitude. And down we go. Really is the destination looks good. Visited Maldives once and it's a wonderful place. I would like to visit there once in my life. I've never really visited there. I think the farthest I've ever gone in Asia was like Oman and the UAE and Qatar, but I have yet to explore more than that. Like I want to visit India, Pakistan, maybe Afghanistan. I don't see it that big of an issue since it's an interesting country. I'm gonna leave it at that. But yeah, pretty much it's really interesting. Anti-icing, I don't think we need it. We could use it, as a matter of fact. I hate how the sounds on the Mango Studios A350 are so weird because then it gets to a point that it starts recycling and everything, and you can pretty much tell that it's being recycled. That's one of the downsides, hence why hopefully Epic Donut works on V2. But this approach looks absolutely nice because like we're clearing this and then we'll pretty much go down from this cloud layer and then go through another cloud layer. It's gonna be a really beautiful approach into the Maldives, and we do have a vote here, so if you want to vote for that, that will be just that. Right, so far we have a yes for 40% and no for 60%, looking rather nice indeed. Uh, I have no problem landing in co-pilot mode, mainly because, really isn't that big of an issue. Like, I'll be more cautious because I've yet to fly in that angle, so I'm pretty much just used to captain side. So, that is just that. Passing flight of 320. See, this is why you have to be cautious with this. Sometimes you can miss the TAD, and then the aircraft will start pitching down like a 737 Max until it captures the green ball here, and then from there I think it does do a good job. But America is. I also want to visit America and Europe. Never visited them before. America's great. You also have to try South America. Depends where you go. I heard Brazil's a great country. Something else. I live there. Yeah, living and visiting are definitely two different things because heck, let's say you go on vacation to Florida. Florida, oh yeah, it's great and all, but if you live in Florida, you want to get out of here. Like it's really interesting. I want to make some jokes and stuff, but the internet is an interesting place and stuff. And really interesting is a Boeing field. No, you've got like the Memorial Park or whatever. Like you've got Washington D.C. You've got like a bunch of museums. You've got Hollywood. I've got New York and stuff. But yeah, I'm getting called out. Let me be right back. I'm back. So, Maple Aviation, my friend, welcome to the stream. Oh, aren't you live? Because I know you're going, because like I know you're going live on like 10 p.m. But yeah, Maple Aviation, welcome to the stream. Is it Maple Aviation? Okay, it's Maple Aviation. I think it was like Maple Leaf Aviation before, something like that. But we're gonna clear this out to get a beautiful view on the approach. You know, passing flight level 230. Let's actually go down here. Let me do something real quick. So arm that. We'll set this to 2. There we go. That's great. Beautiful approach, of course. Cleared those clouds. We have another cloud that we're going to be clearing. Islands, of course. I can't. Oh! Look at that. An island. Haven't seen land in so long. Um, Going live tonight in like 45 minutes. Yeah, I'll make sure to do my. I'm not too sure if I can fly along. Um, Mostly because like Netflix exists, but you know, I'll definitely watch the stream. Definitely will watch the stream. But if you guys don't know who Maple is, I'm pretty sure you guys already know who he is. But I'm gonna introduce him. He's a great content creator on the Twitch side of things, and you know, I highly recommend you check out his channel. But yeah, pretty much we get back on the VNAV, the send point, and you know, it is a lot less steep. Manual brake 3. No, we're fine with 2. Like the runway allows for it, so we're gonna do manual brake 2. You know, if we want to do 3, I guess that would be great. But as far as I'm aware of, I saw this once, and apparently pilots just like manual brake all the way. It's not like they uh, have any auto brakes, of course. Hey, pilot, I'll try to be there. Yeah. Actually, as a matter of fact, if we do, as a matter of fact, when we do land, everybody here, go over to Maple Stream. I'll post a link and I'll semi-host them because it's not like Twitch. Twitch is a lot better and stuff like that, but you know, it has its pros and cons. But thank you for the cardboard, every car to fly along. But yeah, no worries. Says what? Yeah, I was saying that pilots apparently they pretty much manual brake all the way. I did some flying arrow today. Absolutely great, man. I want to do that. I live really close to Miami Executive, and you know they have like a bunch of Cessnas, but you know they're Cessnas. Um, yeah, I would rather fly something a little bit more interesting, like I don't know, Cirrus. Yeah, it says we've got Lelim in 8.5 nautical miles to reach that, and what the hell is just going on? Okay, okay. What is just going on? That is a little bit disappointing. So we'll go over to... Okay, what just happened? So we'll go over to our next waypoint. I think weather updated and it pretty much caused the simulator to like glitch out and the autopilot does not want to come online. Okay, autopilot's back on. That was really interesting. I always use manual brakes. I don't you trust auto brakes though. I haven't done like okay, I couldn't speak. I'm building my dream plane soon. I flew SR-20. It was nice. Damn. I heard it flies. I heard it flies like a BMW of the skies. To be honest. Speed brake. Yeah, the speed brake said. Like I know how to fly this plane, man. Like I understand you trying to help me out, and I appreciate that. But Malé Airport is pretty small from my memories. There's no jet bridge. That's true, but the runway allows auto brake 2, so we're gonna be pretty much using that for today. But yeah, auto brake 2. Yeah, auto brake 2 should be fine, and if we have any problems there, a good point after you can see the 777 A330. Use open descent. No, we're using. I would use open descent if we were on not on a star, but we're actually on a star, so we should be pretty much fine for that. And the closest point is you can see a 777 A3. Yeah, yeah. I don't know how the spawning locations are in Malé. Like there has to be some good spawning locations. Like it's really right by the ocean, and let me see. Malé Island. Okay, it's called Malé Island. It's such an interesting spawning location because like you can pretty much take a ship and then that has got to be the best freaking plane spawning location. It's basically for RFG. Yeah, literally, it's like it's what the 757 is. It in its own class. It's like a Ferrari. It's super powerful. I've flown in simulator, but not safer for descent. I don't know. I'm gonna follow the green dots for now, and you know it's gonna be following whatever pass it's got there. But that is currently the plan. Let's actually go ahead and go over to at 10,000. Zero light, seatbelt signs, barometer reference. Okay, let's go over to plugins. Avitab, go over to VRMM. Let's go and set this to QNH10110. So right around here. QNH10110 to right around here. I'm not reading the chat at the moment because I'm just trying to set my QNH. I saw one person like the VL3 very close and it looks. Isn't the VL3 that one Microsoft Flight Simulator plane? I'm not too familiar with GA planes because I know there's like Cessna, Beechcraft, and a bunch of aircraft. Um, but yeah. Set this to QNH101, so that's great. As a matter of fact, we are how long until we land? So we are pretty much 71 minutes until we land. So at 70, yeah, we're gonna enter the descent performance here in just a second. Um, perf and everything. Let's go with approach and all. Winds is 260 at 12 knots. Temperature is 28. QNH is 1010, and barometer is 200. Yeah, I wasn't that was playing at the time, but I really want to play in spot Malé. Yeah, it was super nice because I'm gonna share my screen. Like this might be the last time. Like it's not on our NowMJ stream without me sharing my screen, and it's a proven fact. Well, not sharing my stream. Showing Google Earth. Like Google Earth is really nice because like you've got the simulator which is projecting the Earth, and then you've got this. But I'll go over to that, and as a matter of fact, let me actually go over to this. Yeah, this was a plane spawning location I was talking about because like it's there. You know, and you can pretty much take a boat and then you can pretty much hop on this island. I'm 100% sure there might be restrictions. Let me check something out. Because like I'm looking at this, and someone could easily hop on the island and then pretty much get like free real estate of plane spawning, and that would be an absolutely amazing plane spawning location. Miami here, you know, we don't have, wouldn't say as good plane spawning locations, but they're there. But what's the view we can do? We'll do this way. I just have to focus on everything, like, you know, the aircraft is following everything that I have set into it, which is great. Malé is in view. I think Malé is right around there, so that's great. VOR is being tracked, so that's great. So we have the Malé VOR right around there, and we have this airport there, so Mike 802, and then we have that around there. So, yeah, tower approach looks good. Plane spawn location, that would be cool. Yeah, literally, you can pretty much just like hop on the island and then you can see planes. That's the equivalent of Saint Martin, literally. And I'm not too sure. Like they've definitely got to have fences. That is a security risk. Like, but who's gonna cause mayhem in paradise if I have to be honest. That's just that. It's such a nice plane spawning location because you have the runway and the aircraft pretty much backtrack it and then they pretty much just like it's like Saint Martin, literally. Literally. I think in the Maldives is like down there. 5,500, speed is slowing down. We might actually bust the 250 under 10,000, but it's not really that big of an issue since it is Maldives, and you know, there aren't any traffic that we have to worry about. Like, we're literally the only plane in the sky in the simulator at the moment, as far as I'm aware of. There are some birds, but they're like over there, and there's absolutely no way they're getting here that fast. But yeah, 23 nautical until the Malé VOR. Entire approach and all looks okay. You know, following every single restriction we're gonna get on the islands for runway 36. I think 36 is the one that we're planning for today. Radio altitude is set to 0. We're relying on barometer mostly because, you know, we only rely on radio. Like, at least when I rely on radio is with high altitude airports, since, you know, you can't rely on barometer. Because if you set it to 200, it's not gonna read that, because you're gonna be like a higher altitude. That is just that. Set pass looks good. It should slow down and we'll bring down the flaps in just a second. Flap sounds, as far as I'm aware of, um, they're there. Like, they aren't as good as the ones on the back. Then which car island is it? Yeah, it's easy. That is the one I'm using. So flaps 1, and down the flaps go. I gotta do a better view. Like this view that I'm doing at the moment, it looks absolutely terrible. I want to do a tail view, but the tail is so far back, and it's rather odd. Uh, do you fly IRL? No. I wish though, but not yet. Not yet. Hopefully in the future though. Okay, we'll do this view. Nice little tail view. Yes, yes. You know how it is, man. You're literally if it's not ASLS THR, you're gonna die, literally. Like ASLS THR is cool and all, but yeah, it's cool. There really isn't any bot in that situation, but we will do this view. We'll do this view for now. I think I should probably be worried about VNAV and everything in just a second, mostly because, well, the aircraft should get everything figured out. So Ayla said I could go approach mode, so we're pretty much ready to go. So the aircraft should automatically fly itself, and we could do an auto land. Um, Actually, because like it's Cat 1, and I'm not too sure if it's, yeah. Ah, I see, sadly, you see, it takes away a lot for FPS on my laptop, it's in high speed. But like, you fly the SSD, so, you know, if you can run the SSD as far as I'm aware of, you can pretty much run EC, and EC doesn't really take out that much frames, to be honest. But there's the Maldives down there, it looks really nice. You know, you didn't have a problem loading, we have a cruise ship there. Um, it looks nice. Really looks beautiful. We'll do this view. What's a nice view we can do? Let's go back and we'll get a better view. I want to see an auto land. Cat 3, yeah, I know Cat 3 for the auto land, but we are Cat 1 here, so we really can't do that. But, you know, Maple, if you really wanted to see an auto land, I think we did one a while back in the Cathay 1475 aircraft. Um, but, yeah, that's just out. Okay, I gotta get that better. So we'll do ship 9, and that does the trick. Mine isn't either, but not feel it. I'm confused. Well, you know, I gotta say this because what's the fun in an autoland if you're just flying the aircraft manually? And so far, people have told me that you don't want they don't want to see me crash into the Maldives because I decided to go on co-pilot mode. But pretty much everything looks good. Speed and everything should slow down. We'll turn on the ILS in just a second. We've got 11 nautical miles. Until that, I'll pretty much start turning, and then from there we'll just get down the ILS. But that's the Maldives down there. Looks absolutely beautiful, if I have to be honest, indeed. Yeah, because like the autoline, it's like cool and all, but literally all you do is like you go there, you pretty much take everything, you go over to approach, you set the autopilot 1 and 2, and then ideally around 5 nautical miles you take manual control, which is A/THR, and you set it to 70%. That's normally what I do, and the aircraft lands itself, and then 30 feet, cut the power, and the aircraft lands itself. But we're not in a Cat 3 suitable airport, so we're not doing that today. Water looks absolutely nice though. Really loving it. Really loving it. Really loving this view. Like I would do another view if I really could, but the thing is that it's an A350. It's more than capable of landing itself, but I do not want to risk it crashing. But we've got around 6.2 nautical miles until we reach that, and it's like a turn. And then I think we should slow down there. It's telling me 250 knots. The restrictions here. Let me actually go and take a look at the flight plan and all. We have our alternate flight plan here in the unlikely event that we cannot land here, but the weather looks great, so we're definitely not going to be using that. Where is it at? So we've got that. Tackle is here. Constrained. No speed constraint. It's just a 250 under 10,000. So experiments is going to go to the approach VREF that we have selected here, which is great. We have flaps full sets for today. We might as well take advantage of that. We don't want to overrun you. We're gonna be swimming in the fishes. No, swimming in with the fishes, not in the fishes. If we do overrun, well, actually, if I think of it, you can. Yeah, I don't think there's a big enough fish that can eat an entire plane. That would be rather odd. But the Maldives is down there, and here we can see a prime example of global warming. True sad. It really is sad what we're witnessing here, but that's what global warming does, unfortunately. But we'll go back into as we were turning. We can see. Oh, okay. Oh no, I think this is okay. So I don't think it's global warming. It's one of those resorts that are like floating in the water. But that's great enough. No, swimming in the fishes. Yeah, I meant to say swimming with the fishes, which is like. Apparently, like the mafia existed, and they would pretty much say like, "Oh yeah, this guy's gonna swim with the fishes." And what they would normally do. I'm not gonna get into it. If you want to Google that, what is that? Is that plastic? Plastic? No. Save the turtles. No, it's just a bunch of scenery there. Like this is global warming, unfortunately. This used to be a beautiful island, but global warming came along, and it's pretty much waterfront property. If I have to be honest, absolutely terrible pun. I'm absolutely sorry about that. But we should be slowing down. I think we should be there in time. LS and everything looks good. We have that set up. As a matter of fact, I do not think we're going to be there in time. Global warming in XPLANE-11. Maybe there's some air scenery. Well, I'm blaming it on global warming just to be realistic. And quote unquote raise some awareness, but it's definitely an area. Like I guess if you guys want to look back, you can look at um, back. I was talking about global warming being there, and the error did show up here, but I just went with global warming as the sole cause of that. 5,500 is the restriction. Well, it's actually 4,000, and we're gonna be following the restrictions because why not? A global warming simulator. Everybody says Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 is realistic and all, but no one ever quoted an XPLANE-11 having global warming simulated. Yeah, it's sad, it really is. Because like if it keeps rising, these islands will be under the waves, and these are paradise, coral and everything. It's really sad, but it's great that people are taking initiatives nowadays. Even though, in my opinion, it is send turtles to Thailand and they also eat them all. What do you mean by send turtles to Thailand and then they eat them all? Well, yeah, it's just a joke about turtles because it's rather sad because turtles mistake the uh what's it called that the plastic as food, and it can get clogged up and stuff, and it can cause absolutely terrible stuff in their organs and stuff. Um, and yeah. Fields inside really looks really nice on an approach. Water also is complementing the approach extremely nicely. Localizer is captured. Flaps 3. I think we're overspeeding. Throttle 2. We do not have the ability to do that relief. Yes, aircraft, I know. It's yelling at me because I decided to pretty much lower the flaps around 2 knots above when they should have been, but eat your plastic so turtles don't have to. Now buy Teslas. Yeah, Teslas are great and all, but you also have to look at it because like the Teslas use electricity, and you have to think where's that electricity coming from? Because if it's being in a coal plant, then what good is an electric car if it's pretty much still contributing to that? That's why renewable sources are really that good. Flaps full, I think. Flaps are full, and we're pretty much ready to go. Localizer is captured. Weather information is set. 268 at 16. We have wind information. My fish drowned. How does a fish drown? That I no comment. Absolutely no comment. How does a fish drown? It's like asking, does a fish get thirsty? Well, it probably does, because like it's salt water, and salt water does not drink. It doesn't taste good. Everything looks good, VR and everything is captured, so we're pretty much directing to that. We're going to be doing in Autoland today. Let me actually take a look at the vote. Solar panels for the win. Yeah, you've got like hydroelectric, but it kind of does take a toll on like migrating fishes and stuff like that. And we've got one Australian liking the stream. Thank you for liking the stream, Australian. I really appreciate that, man. But yeah, it's sad. So we're pretty much gonna go down to 2,000. We should capture glide slope in just a second. The minimums are set. Cat 3 single. That's what happens. And I can set autopilot 2 on Cat 3. What? Does it automatically go to Cat 3 even if the airport is not supported? So that does technically mean that we can do an autoland, but I don't know how the autoland is on the A350-1000, and it is still using A350-900 systems, and I'm assuming that they are rather similar, but kill a skunk, get ready for this. That's THR, here we come. Set around 70%. Glad soap captured, gear is coming down. One time I actually took a turtle and put it in water and it slept. Then it drowned because my dumbass thought it was a sea turtle. I think that was a tortoise. Yeah, tortoises can't swim. Okay, that's... Turn a minute to throttle a little bit better. Gears down. Cruises are inside. Global warming is inside. Looks nice. How do you... You took a tortoise and you put it in water? I don't know how that happened, but I'm really sorry. Oh, I used to do not to line most every airport with the A350. I tend to not want to, since it really is interesting. The autoline is pretty good. It is, but I tend to not really do it, mostly because what's the fun in landing? What's the fun in having the aircraft land itself? You're supposed to, if you really wanted to do that, done, not to Fort Tortoise. Well, I'm really sorry. My throttle management has absolutely been terrible. Really has been. 18% autopilot. Coming off. Down we go. Let me check the pole one last time. So yeah, no, got a win, so that's good and all. Continuing the lights up, lighting lights and everything look ready. So we're pretty much fully configured. Let me actually go over to before landing. I should have set this after landing, but it is what it is. Lights up's active. Get your landing gear predictions in the chat. Yeah, I know. Right, I'm not reading the chat, but getting your landing rate. But please get your landing rate predictions in the chat. We are about to land into Malé. Cannot guarantee a good landing, but we'll see how it goes. I'm blaming the bad landing if we do get one on the COVID vaccine. I'm gonna say, oh yeah, it's hurting my arm, but you know, realistically speaking, it isn't. My first flight, explain that. Okay, I'm not. I have to stop reading the chat. I have to focus on this, so I'm turning off my phone. I'm sorry about that, man. Really am. But yeah, get your landing predictions in the chat. I have to focus on this landing, of course. A little bit high, if I have to be honest. Let's try to get it a little bit better. Bobby lights are looking rather odd. Let's not kill the power entirely. Too low now. Plan checked. 2 whites to reds, great. Checked. Minimum should come up in just a second.
200.
Checked.
Minimum.
Continue.
190, 80, 70, 60.
Holy
50,
moly, this wins.
40, 30, 20.
Retard.
10.
I think we got a butter. Nah, we ballooned it. Damn it. Oh, we got a butter. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That was a really interesting line. Like the frames died for a second, but that was an interesting landing. Heck yeah, we got a butter in the A350-1000. Alright, rollout, active, reverse green, 80 knots, manual braking. Diesel, great. Diesel is green. Yeah, I think we're gonna have. Is the runway freaking underwater? Oh my god, does XPLANE-11 simulate freaking global warming? My god, I'm looking at the chat once again. Holy moly, does XPLANE really simulate global warming? Butter. Okay, that chat's back up, but that was an interesting landing. Alright, we'll turn this on. 9 lights coming on, runway turn lights coming online. Flap is open, turning APU on. Oh my god, is global warming active? It really is. Because like we ballooned it and then it started to land, so it was a really interesting landing. A little bit disappointed that global warming is simulated because I would have used the other runway to backtrack. Runway's not active yet, I think. The scenery is definitely messed up. I can definitely tell you that, but that is just that. Let me go and hold down the brakes a little bit so we can pretty much use this. Yeah, thank you. You don't have to clap after the landing. I think it's become a meme at this point when people do clap for the landing, but it's constructing. Yeah. Do a nice little U-turn here. I don't think the A350-1000 can do a U-turn. Never mind, it can, so that's great. We'll do a nice little U-turn here, and then we'll backtrack over to the main terminal. And yeah, is global warming simulated here? My god. Alright. We'll backtrack runway 18 and taxi to the terminal. That was a really interesting landing because then the frames started getting weird and then, you know, everything got weird and, you know, I cut the power around 30 and then we went up to 20. I was expecting a hard landing and then I floated a little bit and absolutely, it was a good landing. Hands down, a good landing. Brake fans are active, you know, it's become a habit of mine to pretty much turn on the brake fans, you know, there really isn't a problem. We're not turning those off because then you'll have the actual air surrounding cooling it, but, you know, might as well artificially cool it. Flaps are up, speed brakes are disarmed, so let's actually go for that. APU is available, APU generator coming on, APU bleeds coming online, and I have to go to the restroom. For now nothing I say makes sense, right? So be it. Yeah, I'm not thinking I'm gonna backtrack the entire runway, so because like the terminal's over there, I'm thinking I might as well go into replay. So let me actually do this real quick. Let me go over it into the replay modes. As a matter of fact, gotta go to the restroom quick. That is really disappointing. So I'll be right back in just a second. Gonna go to the restroom. Hopefully the aircraft does not go into the water, but I'll be right back. Shit. Okay. Sorry about my language. Oh my god, we're on the grass. Whatever. I couldn't care less. We'll go and park the aircraft right here. So that's great and all. Cabin crew prepare for a water dive. Alright, great. Well, that's a little bit disappointing. So I go to the restroom really quick, and the aircraft decides to go on the grass. I guess this could be considered the shortcut. So thank you, aircraft. But then again, no thank you, aircraft. I don't really like it. But yeah, pretty much ready to go. Flaps are going to hop at the replays in just a second. That was an interesting taxi, if I have to be honest. The aircraft is like the A350-1000 is massive, really is. I'm sure this gate is not meant to support it, but sure as is going to be supporting it now. And let's go and park it right around here. Parking brake is coming on. And welcome to the Maldives, where the current local time is 7:39 a.m. Really was an interesting approach and everything. Let me actually go and do this real quick. Where is I at? He did a United Tail. What is this? What? Okay, let me. Alright, replay mode coming active, so let's go over to replay mode. Flight has been pretty much discontinued, so welcome to Malé, where the current local time is 7:39 a.m. Closing Volanta, of course, but yeah, pretty much. I can't chat on the stream for some reason. My messages won't show up and it doesn't. No, some messages that you did chat, they pretty much got held for review because like you did spam something out, and you know, YouTube and the mod, you know, took that down. But a replay mode is coming on this second, so let's actually go over. Okay, music is coming offline because the Ixon music can be so damn loud at times. So I'm not really gonna bother with the Ixon music. That should be better. We'll go over to flight, toggle replay mode. 5 hours and 22 minutes. That was really interesting. We'll do this view. We will do. Why is Aircraft assuming that I turned off the engines, but I didn't? We'll do this view. Music should be up and running. That was a really interesting approach. So you know, we had a weird wind. I was gonna apply some rudder, but it's really odd. Try to control the throttle and everything at the same time with the rudder, but holy, was that smooth. It was okay. Like, I'm not 100% proud of it, but I'll definitely take that any day of the week. Any day of the week. Really will. The audio is out. You know, it's pretty much just replay mode being replay mode. But yeah, I'll definitely take that any day of the week. So we'll do another view, which will be this view. Let's see how far off we were from the center line. We came in with a crab. That was not good. Like, you can see me trying to adjust for the wind that we had there. But yeah. And then down we went, tried to find the center line once again. Spoilers were out. And doing the night shift. Yo, Lewis, welcome to the stream. Hope all is well, my friend. Haven't seen you in such a long time. I heard school starting in like less than a week, but yeah, Lewis, welcome to the doing the night shift. What are you, Lewis, or are you Lewis's mom? Cause like I think this is your mom's account, so I'm a little bit concerned. Yeah, I'm confused. I have confusion, really do. But where is this? Welcome to the stream. Welcome. I have confusion, really do. But we'll do a nice little replay mode here. We'll do this one, and that should do a trick for now. And I appreciate every single one of you guys that tuned by. The approach and everything was really interesting. We'll do this for you. Really was an interesting landing and all. Yeah, it's me, Lewis. Oh yeah, Lewis, welcome. You're doing a night shift? You're working? Okay, that's definitely new. But yeah, we're flying a plane today. That's what's going on. It was a really interesting landing, of course. But I think for now, I'm gonna do one final view, and then I guess we're gonna do one final view. And we're gonna call it a night. Really was a nice stream and all. But yeah. I share a stream on my recommendation. That's great. Yeah, we're flying the plane right now. I'm gonna do one quick view and then I'm gonna bring it into the thank you for watching screen. Let me actually do a view from here. Yeah, it appears to me that, you know, global warming is prevalent in the simulator, so it's honestly quite great. We'll do tower view. Tower view is what we're gonna be doing. Tower view for the win, but yeah, pretty much that's just that. Appreciate every single one of you guys that tuned by. But for now, I am out. Don't know when the next stream will be, but yeah, see you guys. Hope you guys have the rest of the month or whatever it is. But yeah, see you guys.